rise for the invocation to be delivered. Three times. 1, 2, 3. Session is called to order. For the invocation to be delivered by Deputy Speaker. After the invocation. 3 o'clock, ma'am.
Session is called to order. All rise for a short invocation to be read by the Honorable Evelina Escudero.
Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord and commune in prayer as we begin our session. Almighty God, we glorify, praise, and thank you for this day. Bless everyone here present as we convene and work together towards the progress and paramount interest of our nation. Grant us wisdom, discernment, understanding, and fortitude that we will need to carry out this day's agenda. Enlighten us as we hurdle and resolve any obstacles and issues that we may face as we go along with our business for the day. Lord, we also lift up to you our fellow Filipinos who are greatly affected by the recent earthquake in Mindanao. Let them feel your loving presence and assure that they are not alone in their moment of need. Embolden and strengthen their faith. Extend your limitless mercy and compassion as you hold their hands and guide them all towards healing. Indeed, and we so affirm that all things are possible in your mighty name. All this we lift up to you, O Lord our God. Amen.
Please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, buyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisiin, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong paghaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagpinigil, ang bituin at araw niya kailan bang may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng maraming pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling ko. Aming ligaya dapat may mga hapit at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move that we defer the calling of the roll.
is there any objection? The chair is none. Motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I also move for the deferment of the approval of the journal of the previous session.
Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is so directed to read the titles of the bill.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill Number 5132, regulating the registration, licensure, and practice of physical therapy in the Philippines. Representative Dalog.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill Number 5133, providing a 10,000 peso across-the-board increase in the basic monthly salary of public school teachers. Representative Hataman and Sangkopan.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill Number 5134, establishing a TESDA training and accreditation center in Isabela City, Basilan. Representative Hataman and Sangkopan.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill Number 5135, authorizing the payment of centenarian cash gift in 3 tranches. Representative Cabochan.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill Number 5136, requiring motorcycle owners, drivers to register at least 1 helmet per motorcycle owned, driven, as a prerequisite for obtaining license to drive the same. Representative Olivares.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 5137, defining abuse towards senior citizens, providing for protective measures for victims, protection of senior citizens from elderly abuse. Representative Olivares.
to the Special Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill number 5138, granting public elementary school students free admission to all public museums and national historical shrines and landmarks. Representative Noel.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 5139, improving the public land.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill number 5143, strengthening rural banks in the Philippines. Representative Acosta Alba.
to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries,
House Bill number 5144, institutionalizing the Abbott Alam of the DepEd. Representative De Los Santos.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 5145, institutionalizing the alternative learning system in the basic education for out-of-school children, youth, for adults, PWDs, indigenous peoples, and other marginalized sectors of societies. Representative Fortun.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 5146 and 517, creating, establishing the Department of Overseas Filipinos, Overseas Labor Relations Commission. Representative Losotan and Nograles 1.
to the Committee on Government Organization and the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill number 5147, creating the National Commission for the Urban Poor. Representative Defensor Michael.
to the Committee on Government Organization and the Committee on Poverty Alleviations,
House Bill number 5148, granting tax incentives to lot owners who will convert their vacant lots into usable parking spaces. Representative Crisologo.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill number 5149, creating 2 additional branches of the RTC in Iloilo with seats at the component cities of Pasig. Representative Biron.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill number 5150, integrating the Pintuyan National Vocational High School into the Southern Leyte State University system. Representative Rodriguez.
to the Committee on Higher Education and Technical Education,
House Bill number 5151, granting Philippine citizenship to Roderick McKing Hall. Representative Hernandez.
to the Committee on Justice,
House Bill number 5152, granting additional benefits and privileges to senior citizens. Representative Zarate, Gaite, and Colyamat.
to the Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill number 5153, establishing a regular LTO district office in Javier Leyte. Representative Kari.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 5154, renewing the franchise granted to Century Communications Marketing Center Incorporated under RA number 8133 for another 25 years. Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Legislative Franchises,
House Bill number 5155, amending Section 73 of RA number 6975 as amended by RA number 8551. Representative Yap Eric.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill number 5156, establishing the rights of passenger taxis, tourist car transport services, and other similar vehicles for hire. Representative Yap Eric.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 5157 and 5168, providing, institutionalizing the grant of teaching supply allowance for public school teachers. Representative Cabochan and Bagatsing.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill number 5158, establishing a CHED field office in Vigan City, Ilocos Sur. Representative Sevillano.
to the Committee on Higher Technical Education,
House Bill number 5159, providing for the development, preservation, protection, and promotion of craftsmanship and traditions of Ilocos Sur. Representative Sevillano.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill number 5160, declaring Ilocos Sur a tourism development area. Representative Sevillano.
to the Committee on Tourism,
House Bill number 5161, amending RA number 493. Representative Cabochan.
to the Committee on National Defense, Security, and the Committee on Public Health and Safety,
House Bill Number 5162, exempting a government agency, bureau, or instrumentality from the payment of taxes and fees on the purchase of fire sprinklers for the construction, establishment, rehabilitation, and/or improvement of public buildings, facilities, and/or structures. Representative Lacson Noel.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill Number 5163, reinstating the Bureau of Dental Services under the DOH and revamping the Bureau of Dental Services by increasing the salary grade of dental professionals in the government and providing for the stringent penalties for illegal dental practitioners in the country. Representative Lacson Noel.
to the Committee on Government Organization and the Committee on Health,
House Bill Number 5164, strengthening Executive Order Number 193 by amending every LGU in the country to set aside 1% of its total registered land area of the jurisdiction to establish forest parks. Representative Lacson Noel.
Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill Number 5165, granting free postgraduate education to public and private school teachers in state colleges and universities and local universities and colleges. Representative Castro France.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill Number 5166, increasing the minimum salaries of private school teachers to 30,000 a month. Representative Castro France.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill Number 5167, establishing the OFW Family Help Desk in all LGUs. Representative Bagat Singh.
to the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs,
House Bill Number 5169, amending certain provisions in RA Number 10742. Representative Bagat Singh.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill Number 5170, repealing Article 133 of Act Number 3815 as amended. Representative Lagman.
to the Committee on Revision of Laws,
House Bill Number 5172, amending RA Number 8476. Representative Go Mark.
to the Committee on Energy,
House Bill Number 5173, expanding the coverage of senior citizens pension program and increasing its amount. Representative Olivares.
to the Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill Number 5174, designating the national music competitions for the young artists as National Youth Development Program for Music. Representative Olivares.
to the Committee on Youth, Sports and Development,
House Bill Number 5175, providing for a national program to support and care for abandoned, neglected, and voluntarily committed children, creating a special trust fund. Representative Noel.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill Number 5176, imposing the automatic price control on prices of construction materials during certain situations. Representative Noel.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill Number 5177, institutionalizing the Skills Certificate Equivalency Program of the CSC and the TESDA. Representative Noel.
to the Committee on Civil Service, Professional Regulations, and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill Number 5178, strengthening the capabilities of forest rangers in enforcing the laws on protecting and preserving the environment by providing the necessary firearms, trainings, and assistance. Representative Noel.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill Number 5179, amending for the purpose Article 95 of Presidential Decree 442 as amended. Representative Noel.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill Number 5180, establishing a voluntary student loan program by private banks, providing incentives therefore. Representative Noel.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill Number 5181, increasing the service incentive for regular employees. Representative Noel.
to the Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill Number 5182, establishing feeding centers in every city or municipality. Representative Noel.
to the Committee on Social Services,
House Bill Number 5183, amending Presidential Decree 464 by granting property tax exemption to qualified agricultural lands for a period of 5 years. Representative Noel.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill Number 5184, providing for the Magna Carta of Private Health Workers. Representative Gaiten Zarate.
to the Committee on Health, Committee on Labor and Employment,
House Bill number 5185, granting the right of reply and providing penalties for violation therefore, Representative Marcoleta.
to the Committee on Public Information,
House Bill number 5186, protecting the Filipino consumer from arbitrary increases in the prices of LPG being charged by the players of the LPG industry, Representative Marcoleta.
to the Committee on Energy,
House Bill number 5187, amending Section 13 of RA number 7166, Representative Pimentel.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill number 5188, reclassifying a developed portion of land under the accession of the PICOP in Baslig City and the municipalities of Hinatuan, Lingig, and Tagbina, Surigao del Sur into alienable and disposable land of the public domain for the purposes of distributing the same to bona fide and long farmers occupants thereof. Representative Pimentel.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill number 5189, declaring the Northern Zambales watersheds and watersheds in Masinloc, Candelaria, and Santa Cruz Zambales as protected areas under the category of protected landscapes to be known as the Northern Zambales Protected Landscape. Representative Deloso Montalya.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill number 5190, reorganizing the offices of the COMELEC. Representative Deloso Montalya.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill number 5191, establishing a Treasury, Training, and General Hospital of the National Center of Mental Health to be known as the Mandaluyong City General Hospital. Representative Gonzales Neptali.
to the Committee on Health,
House Bill number 5192, providing for the creation of an LTO Extension Office in San Jose City, Nueva Ecija into a regular district office to be known as the LTO District Office of San Jose City, Nueva Ecija. Representative Violago.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill number 5193, repealing RA number 11203. Representative Swansing Estrelita.
to the Committee on Agriculture and Food,
Communications, letter dated October 2, 2019, of Ms. Carmela Paez, Assistant Commissioner, Planning, Finance Management Sector, COA, furnishing the House with a copy of the Consolidated Agency Action Plan, status of implementation of audit observations, recommendations for calendar year 2019, Consolidated Annual Report of the COA,
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Annual Audit Report of the Regional Legislative Assembly, ARMM, Cotabato City for the year end December 31, 2019.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Letter dated October 2, 2019, Evelyn S. Marañaon, State Auditor 5, Office of the Supervising Auditor, Water Districts, and other CGS standalone agencies, Corporate Government Sector 3, COA Regional Satellite Office, Negros Island, Siquijor, COA, furnishing the House with a copy of the Annual Audit Report of Bacolod City Water District, Bacolod City, Negros Occidental for the year ended December 31, 2019.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
Committee report number 71 of the Committee on Agriculture and Food on House Joint Resolution number 22.
to the Committee on Rules,
Report number 72 on the Committee on Local Government on House Bill number 5306.
to the Committee on Rules, Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, may I respectfully greet the guest of the Honorable Noel Villanueva of the 3rd District of Tarlac, His Excellency Rafael Harpaz, the Ambassador of Israel to the Philippines.
please rise and welcome to the House of Representatives.
Madam Speaker, I
Majority
move to
Leader.
suspend session.
Session suspended. kabila.
Bakit niyo ako? Kasama niyo ako dito. Kasi mag-river. I understand the words. Even naman bigla. Pero sir, manipis na again. Tatlo lang.
Wala na. Kaya lang kapag ano, hotel fee.
Tension mo lang ako dito. Para makaya tawag. Sa inyo sa mismo makita. Yeah, boss?
Kasi kami na lang nakalagay sa ano. Basta nandun naman si Robby.
Malakas ka naman kahit pag
Alay pa. Majority Leader.
Section
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll of the honorable members. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary General is directed to call the roll.
Roll call of members. Honorable representatives. Abante. Abaya. Abellanosa. Abu. Abueg Zaldivar. Abunda. Acop. Acosta. Acosta Alba. Adjong. Advincula. Agabas. Agaraw. Aglipay. Aguinaldo. Albano Antonio. Albano Rodolfo. Almario. Alonte. Alvarez Franz. Alvarez Genaro. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amante Matba. Amatong. Andaya. Angara, Aragones, Arbison, Arenas, Arroyo, Atienza, Aumentado, Babasa, Bagatsing, Balindong, Bañez Nograles, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Patug, Bautista, Bautista Bandigan, Belmonte, Benitez, Bernos, Biason, Millones, Piron, Bolilla, Pondoc, Savellano, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Singson Mihan, Sinsuat, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez Aleta, Suarez David, Sunday, Taluran, Talyado, Tambunting, Tan Alisa, Tan Angelina, Tan Shamir,
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, would like to recognize our guests in the floor, Honorable Mayor Conde Turquesa of Dolores Abra, Honorable Mayor Corinthia Crisologo of Tineg Abra, Honorable Vice Mayor Edwin Crisologo of Tineg Abra. They are the guests of Joseph Santonino Bernos, Congressman of Abra.
The guest of the Honorable Joseph Antonino Bernos are recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider agenda for today and move that we consider House Bill number 4664 under Committee Report number 21 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the title of the House bill.
House Bill number 4664, an act instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Carlos Zarate of the Bayan Party List for his interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Carlos Zarate is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the distinguished sponsor, may this representation be allowed to ask replicatory questions for this bill in consideration, Mr. Speaker.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Siguro po, pangunahing tanong ko, pwede po bang mailatag ng kagalang-galang na sponsor, ano po ba ang pakay ng kasalukuyang panukalang batas na ating tinatalakay? Bakit po kailangan baguhin natin ang kasalukuyang umiiral, existing system of valuation of real property, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, ang present valuation po ngayon ay madami ang agencies na nag-assess ng mga market values. For example, we have BIR, which is the zonal value, and also the LGUs, they have the market values. At yung iba pang agencies, katulad ng Department of Environment at DPWH, ay meron din sariling mga determination ng market values. Ang layunin po ng bill na ito ay mapag-isa ang pag-determine ng market value para consistently isa lang yung basis ng market value sa lahat ng agencies. Therefore, malaki po ang matitipid ng gobyerno in case there is a dispute. For example, sa right-of-way, ang gagamitin po ng DPWH sa pagbili ng right-of-way ay the same market value na ginagamit ng, for example, ng LGU. So, meron din po, magkakaroon din po ng repository, yung data, magkakaroon ng BLGF, Bureau of Local Government Finance, ng database para ma-determine lahat ng market values sa isang rehiyon o sa isang probinsya o sa municipality or city.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So, you are saying that in passing this bill in consideration, aalisin na ang kapangyarihan doon sa mga naturan po ninyong mga ahensya, halimbawa BIR, LGUs, the determination ng valuation ng isang property, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sa Article 2, Chapter 1, doon po sa Section 7, nakalagad po doon na merong creation of a central consultative committee at it shall be created to serve as a consultative forum on matters pertaining to the property valuation. Ang mga kasama po dito na representative ay Bureau of Internal Revenue, the BIR, Department of Environment Natural Resources, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, National Organization of Government Assessors, National Organization of Appraisers and National Government Agencies, and the private appraiser from the private appraisal sector. So doon po yun sa creation ng Central Consultative Committee. At doon naman po sa regional, meron din pong i-create ang Regional Consultative Committee. Kasama din po yung BIR Regional Office, DNR Regional Office, Head of Regional Organization of Government Assessors or duly authorized representative, Head of Regional Organization of the National Government Appraisers, Head of a Private Appraisal Sector, Head of the Bankers Association within the region. So, meron din po tayong sa central at saka meron din pong regional. So, sila po yung magbubuo ng market values.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Nakasaad dito sa Chapter 2 no, na ang ibubuuhing Regional Consultative Committee by the name itself, no, even if it is composed of different heads of agencies or representatives from different agencies, this is merely a consultative committee. No? ibig po bang sabihin ang determinasyon ng committee ito ay hindi pinal? At kung hindi ito pinal, sino po ang magpa-finalize sa magiging desisyon na maabot ng committee ito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Ang madidetermine po market value dito, kasama na rin ng assessor ng bawat municipality, ay ito rin po yung isasubmit nila sa BLGF, the Bureau of Local Government Finance. At titingnan po ito ng Bureau of Local Government Finance at yun po ang magiging final na market values. So yun po, Secretary of Finance po mag-approve ng schedule of market values.
So, eventually, ang kapangyarihan po upang i-approve, no, yung anuman ang magiging valuation ay nasa kamay pa rin ng kalihim ng Department of Finance. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Not necessarily, Mr. Speaker, kasi ang sa local government po, ang market values po ay dinetermine ng mga assessors with the help of the Bureau of Local Government Finance. At yung mga nabuo nga pong consultative committee, sila rin po ang nagsaliksik. Sila rin po nag-aral kung ano yung tunay na market value doon sa area. The Secretary of Finance will merely approve all the submitted recommendations, Mr. Speaker.
That's precisely, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, our point. No? Eventually, kung ano man ang napag-uusapan sa regional na level, regional level, ng mga sinasabi po niyong itatayong mga in Chapter 2, no, regional levels, eventually, this will be subject to the ang poder pa rin para i-approve ito ay nasa Secretary of Finance, no, in consonance with Section 4, Chapter 1, subparagraph B, no, na malinaw na sinasabi rito, in coordination with the Bureau of Internal Revenue, review the power of BLGF Central Operations includes the review and ensure that the schedule of market values, etc., and recommend its approval to the Secretary of Finance for local and national taxation and for other purposes. Tama po ba ang aking naturan, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
So sa kasalukuyan po, sa ating panukalang batas, dahil kayo na rin po ang nagsabi, i-simplify ito at yung mga poder na ibinigay sa iba't ibang ahensya katulad ng BIR na sa kasalukuyan ay may nilalabas panapanahon na zonal valuations ng mga properties within its area of jurisdiction and even the local government units. This will now be taken from their authority and eventually ito ay ibibigay na sa Secretary of Finance. Is that a correct statement, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, the authority to determine the market values rests with the local assessors and also the consultative committee. Yun po ay pag na-submit naman sa Secretary of Finance, the approval is merely ministerial because the determination was determined by the assessors and also all the other representatives from the other agencies. So it doesn't necessarily take away the powers from the other agencies. We merely just consolidated the market value. So, syempre, para sa isang national government, national agency, tama lamang po na ang Secretary of Finance ang mag-approve na gagamitin ng mga national agencies, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Pero you will agree, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, na wala naman hong sinabi dito sa ating panukalang batas that power now vested in the Secretary of Finance, no, Dahil sabi nyo nga, we will simplify it, no? Wala nang yung dating poder na nasa DPWH, nasa DNR, we will just simplify it and we will lodge this power singly in the Secretary of Finance, no? At hindi ho sinabi rito that that is ministerial. So it appears now, doon sa ating panukalang batas, pag sinasabi ho natin i-simplify, ay i-expand natin ang kapangyarihan ng Secretary of Finance by taking existing powers now with other agencies, no? Like the Commissioner of the Internal Revenue, the Secretary, for example, of the Department of Public Works, and even the DNR, and even from the local government units. So yun po ang ating pinupunto rito because, by the way, ang matanong ko lang po, ano po ba ang mali, no, sa paningin ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor sa kasalukuyang umiiral na sistema? Bakit kailangang baguhin ito? Ano po ba ang masama kung kasalukuyan ay ang Bureau of Internal Revenue determines what is the zonal valuation of a particular property, and meron ding counterpart na determination ang municipal or city assessors as to the market value or the fair market value of a particular property in one locality, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I give an example? For example, nagkaroon po ng dispute ang, let's say, buying a right-of-way issue. So, pag iba-iba po yung basis, for example, the complainant wants to use the zonal value as opposed to the market value determined by the local government or the Department of Public Works and Highways. So magkakaroon po ng delay doon sa project because dadaan po ito sa korte, hindi po sila magkakasundo dahil magkaiba yung market values na kanilang pinag-aawayan. Pagka po isa na lang yung market value, yun na rin po ang gagamitin to purchase the right of way, yun na rin po ang gagamitin to as a basis for taxes. So, iisa po yung ginagamit natin na market value. That is one example. It will lessen the cost of, for example, the delays in the project of the DPWH, Mr. Speaker.
Salamat, Ginoong Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Ang sinasabi po ba ng kagalang-galang na sponsor, if we will shift from the what is existing now to the new system, no, na sabi nga niyo simplified, iisa na lang ang termination ng market value, ay wala na hong mangyayaring litigation, even for example if for example the owner of a property, no, na kung saan andoon yung road right of way issue, ay kahit na single na ho or simplified na ho yung valuation, ibig ho bang sabihin ay wala ng karapatan yung may-ari ng property to resort to legal processes if he or she disagrees with that single valuation, as you mentioned, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, hindi naman po sinasabing walang karapatan. Ibig sabihin, yun lamang pong determination ng market value ay napakadali na ngayon ng basis because isa lang ang ginagamit. Wala na po yung comparison with the market values from the local government as compared to the zonal value. Kasi magkaiba po yun. Sa madalas magkaiba po sila. Pero ngayon, kung iisa lang yung basis, even if you go to litigation, napakadali po ng determination kung alin talaga yung tunay na market value because it went through the process. Ito naman po ay in-appraise ng mga professional appraisers. So, most likely, there will be little dispute with regards to the value. Kasi yun din po naman yung market value na gagamitin whether you sell the property or the government acquires the property as for right of way. So, meron pa rin silang karapatan to seek through the courts kung ano yung talaga yung tunay na market value.
So, thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So, malinaw po, na yung sinasabi nyo kanina, no, if there's sa kasalukuyan ay merong mga nangyayaring dispute, no, dahil ang pwedeng pagbasihan ay ang zonal valuation, while pwede ring pagbasihan ang fair market value, no, and a dispute may arise. That's why sinabi nyo kailangan baguhin ito para there will no longer be no longer be delays, no, dahil nga pumupunta sa korte. Now, my related question, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ano po ba ang pinapanukala dito sa ating bill in consideration na ipalit? No? Sabi natin, nagkakaroon ng dispute, no? Dahil may zonal valuation ng BIR, may valuation for fair market value ang LGUs. Dito po ba sa ating panukalang batas, ano po ang ating gustong ipalit na tipo or type of valuation, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Well, yung proseso po ng valuation ay dadaan pa rin doon sa committee. Gaya ng nasabi natin kanina, so meron naman ho doon mga professional appraisers. So, tatama po natin yung mga market values. So, naa-update, itatama, at dumaan sa proseso. Sa ngayon po, medyo malabo po yung pag-determine ng market values. Meron pong, for example, zonal value. Yan po ay, ang pag-determine yan ay the two highest latest sales doon sa area. So medyo mataas po yung zonal value. Most likely po, pagka dinetermine natin yung market value, ay mas mababa po ito because we really looked at dumaan po siya sa tamang proseso.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So, ano na po ang katawagan natin? If this is no longer zonal valuation or fair market valuation, ano na po ang tawag ng tipo or klase ng valuation dito po sa ating panukalang batas?
Ganun pa rin po, kaya lang po may schedule. Ang tawag po natin doon ay schedule of market values.
Schedule of market values. No? Ano po ang pagkakaiba ng market value? Is it sa kasalukuyang tinatawag na fair market value? Ano po ang pagkakaiba nito kung maipasa po ang ating kasalukuyang batas? At ano ang pagkakaiba nito sa zonal valuation, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Ang zonal valuation po, gaya ng nasabi ko kanina, ay ang zonal value po ay market value refers to the estimated price that the property may be sold and a seller is willing to buy. Ang usually po magkaiba, mas mataas po yung zonal value kasi that is determined by the two highest transaction selling price doon sa area na yon. And yung pong determination ng market value ay mas detailed kapag po yan ay dumaan sa tamang proseso ng Regional Consultative Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. By the way, nabanggit niyo po na ang local government unit sa kasalukuyan ay may kapangyarihan or may poder, no, na mag-determine din ng valuation. Ano po ang pagkakaiba kung maaaring mailatag ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor ng assessed value naman from market value in the valuation of property? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Ang market value po ay yun po yung kasalukuyang presyo ng lupa na willing to buy ang isang mamimili. Yan po ay dinedetermine ng depende sa area, sa location. Ang assessed value naman po ay dinedetermine by multiplying the market value by the assessment level. So, yun po ang assessed value. is the percentage applied to the market value based on the property classification and actual use of yung actual use ng property.
So ang assessed value po ay for purposes of taxation.
Taxation.
Tama po ba yun?
Correct, tama po.
So hindi ito yung basihan ng valuation kung halimbawa ay ang isang tao ay gusto niyang bumili ng isang property. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po, ang assessed value po ay dinidetermine ng LGU kung ano ang percentage na assess nila yung for tax purposes.
So sa katunayan, yung assessed value mas mababa kaysa sa market value ng isang property. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Tama po, Mr. Speaker.
Now, you mentioned na dito sa ating panukalang batas, no? Aalisin na natin, no? Yung zonal valuation, fair market value, iisahin na lang, no? And magkakaroon tayo ng schedule of market values. No? Ito pong sinasabi ninyong schedule of market values as mentioned in Section 13, Chapter 1, no? Ang kalalabasan po ba nito ay ang bawat lokalidad, bawat syudad ay magkakaroon ng iba't ibang valuation ng kanilang property, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, talaga naman po merong iba-ibang market values ang bawat municipality or city. Depende po yon doon sa location, sa ganda ng property.
So, wala hong pagkakaiba sa umiiral ngayon na sistema, no, na magkakaiba rin talaga, no, ang valuation, no. So, ang sunod ko na katanungan, Mr. Sponsor, kaya ho gusto nating mailinaw kung ano ba talaga ang magiging basihan ng valuation sa susunod na pag naipasa ang panukalang batas na ito dahil sa napakarami pong mga probisyon ng iba't ibang batas, no? Halimbawa ay sa local government code, no? And the power of eminent domain ng local government unit, malinaw kasi na ang sinasabi doon ay ang pagbabasihan ng korte, halimbawa, in the determination of the compensation is fair market value at the time of the taking of the property. No? So, ano po ang magiging epekto nitong ating panukalang batas if we only say that the valuation will now be based on the schedule of market values? What kind of valuation is that? Is that consonant in line with the provision, for example, of the local government code that it is the fair market value? And for several decisions of the Supreme Court, no, yung usapin ng fair market value ay may mga elemento yan at may pinagbabasihan. Kaya kung sasabihin po natin na dito sa ating panukalang batas ang magiging valuation na ay based doon sa schedule of market values as approved by that regional consultative committee, eventually approved by the Secretary of Finance, what kind of valuation of that is that? Ano ang magiging tawag sa kanya? Ano ang magiging basis sa kanya, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yun naman pong local government units through their assessors, sila rin naman po ang nag-submit nung mga market values doon sa location nila. So, hindi naman po iba yung magiging resulta doon sa schedule of market values. Kasi sila rin po ang nag-determine nun. Remember, they are submitting the market values based on their determination doon sa area nila. Ang kapangyarihan naman po ng local government ay for tax purposes, local government naman po ang nagdi-determine ng assessed rate and also the tax rate. So they are still the one in charge of the taxes as far as the rate, the assessment rate is concerned, and also the tax rate. So isasubmit naman po yung epekto nito kung sakasakali, kung tumaas yung mga babayarang mga buwis ng mga may-ari ng lupa. Ito naman po ay dinedetermine kung ano yung impact doon sa local government. Yan naman po ay naaprubahan ng local sanggunian as the same as kung ano naman po yung nasa local government code.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. On another point, isa sa nire-raise no, ng some LGUs, no, dahil malinaw kasi sa local government code natin na talagang in the exercise of yung kanilang kapangyarihang maging autonomous, no, even in the determination of the taxes and even valuation of properties, dito sa ating panukalang batas ay inaalis na ang kapangyarihang yon, no? Dahil nga gaya ng nabanggit nyo na kanina, ay kabahagi na lang sila doon sa isang bubuuhing consultative committee. Ano po ang inyong magiging komentaryo rito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Gaya po na nabanggit ko kanina, Mr. Speaker, ang nagde-determine po ng market value ay local government units pa rin base doon sa kanilang mga sinubmit ng assessor at sila na may kasama doon sa consultative committee. Hindi rin po naaalis yung kanilang kapangyarihan dahil nabanggit ko rin po kanina, they also determine the assessment level of the property and also the tax rate. So, yun pa rin po yung kapangyarihan ng local government code. So, hindi po naaalis yung kapangyarihan na yon. Ang nababago lang naman po dito ay yung market value, which under the local government code, ay mandato po ang isang local government unit na mag-update every 3 years ng market value. Ganon din naman po yung nakalagay na panukala dito na every 3 years, ito ay pwedeng i-update because of the changes in, for example, sa economy, gumanda po ang values ng mga property. So, ito ay para na rin po sa magandang revenue ng isang local government unit.
Well, yun po ang inyong posisyon. Pero sa kasalukuyang umiiral na sistema, ay malinaw po na yung poder na yon ng LGUs ay kanya talaga. No? Pero dito sa ating panukalang batas, ang LGU ay magiging kabahagi na lang ng isang consultative committee. Tama po kayo, no? Pwede na, sila pa rin ang mag-determine. Pero yung kanilang determination will be subject to, in fact, the approval of that committee. And kung meron kung hindi gusto ng miyembro ng committee ang determination ng LGU, wala hong magagawa ang LGU dyan. No? Now, in relation to that, kaya ko tinatanong kung ano na ba talaga ang katawagan dito. Dahil in Section 12 of the proposed bill, there was no longer a mention of a fair market value. And what is mentioned here is in Section 12, for valuation purposes, all real properties, whether taxable or exempt, shall be valued or appraised based on prevailing market value. Pwede ho bang maipaliwanag ng kagalang-galang na sponsor, ano po ang ibig sabihin ng prevailing market value? At ano ang pagkakaiba nito sa kasalukuyang katawagan, no? Even under the local government code, under the National Internal Revenue Code and other laws, that valuation should be based on fair market value. Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
What's the question, Mr. Speaker? Are we talking about fair market value and market value? Ano pong pagkakaiba?
Ano ang pagkakaiba nung nabanggit dito sa ating panukalang batas in Section 12 that properties shall be valued or appraised based on prevailing market value. In existing laws, no, in the local government code, in the National Internal Revenue Code and other related laws, no, ang binabanggit po rito, for example, in Section 19, as I mentioned earlier, on eminent domain, it says that the amount to be paid for the expropriated property shall be determined by the proper court based on the fair market value at the time of the taking of the property. So, yun po ang standard, no? Fair market value. Uh, fair market value is also mentioned in several other provisions of other laws, no? Pero dito ho sa Section 12 ng ating panukalang batas, there is no longer any mention of fair market value, but you mentioned here prevailing market value. Kaya yun ho ang tinatanong ko, ano ba ang pagkakaiba ng prevailing market value and fair market value, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, sa tingin ko po walang pinagkakaiba yung fair market value at yung prevailing because the fair market value should be the prevailing market value as updated by, determined by the appraiser. So, yun din po, kung ito po ay na-update, ito po yung magiging fair market value at ito yung prevailing. Kung hindi po siya na-update, then obviously it will not be the fair market value kasi luma na po yung hindi po na-update yung market value. Kaya nga po ito, maganda rito, ma-update po siya every year. So, it will be fair, Mr. Speaker.
Well, with due respect to our good sponsor, I think there's an ocean of difference. If you mention it's a fair market value, kung wala ho siyang pagkakaiba, bakit pa ho pinalitan natin ang prevailing market value? Sa tingin po ng representasyong ito, ay meron talaga siyang malawak na pagkakaiba. No? Kaya nga ho, tinawag nating fair market value. No? Meron hong mga konsiderasyon yan. No? Dapat equitable siya doon sa bumili at sa pinagbilhan o sa kinunan ng property at yung kumukuha ng property. Pero po, pag sa tingin ng representasyong ito, pag sinabi nating prevailing market value, para hong hinayaan na lang natin sa merkado. No? Na ang merkado na ang mag-determine, ito yung presyo ngayon. No? It's a buyer's market or a seller's market. Ito yung presyo ngayon. No? And it can be subject to abuse. No? It can be subject to speculation. No? Meron hong subject ho ito ng mga tiwaling mga real property developers, for example, no? Na naglaland banking dahil mura, then later on they will sell their property on higher prices because this is now the prevailing market value. Lalo na pag merong proyekto ang pamahalaan dyan at magkakaroon ng road right of way. And they will say, this is now the prevailing value. Binili ko ng 1,000, ngayon ang prevailing value na is 10,000 per square meter. So, magkaiba po yun sa fair market value as even defined by our Supreme Court in several decisions. No? Kasi ang fair market value ay kinukonsider dito, sabi ko may punto rito on equitable consideration. Sino ba ang kinunan mo ng property at sino ang kumuha ng property? Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the term fair market value or market value is the same. It's virtually the same. Ang ibig sabihin po ng use of fair, it pertains to the process of computation. Pagka po tama yung computation, then it is fair. Yun po yung, but basically it is the same. Kung ano po yung market value, for example, sabi niyo po kanina ay to determine the right of way, ang ibabayad po doon sa may-ari ng lupa ay kung ano yung market value. Tama po yun. Yun din naman po yung magiging selling as far as market value is concerned. Yun din po yung same determination. That's why, kaya nga po natin ina-update yung market value ay para maiwasan yung discrepancies, para hindi po magkaroon ng argument whether it is whether it is fair or not. So the fair connotation refers to the process of computation. But fair market value is virtually the same as a market value, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Again, with the indulgence of our good sponsor. Ang tanong ko po, kung wala ho talagang pagkakaiba yan, di dapat ang ginamit na lang natin dito sa Section 12, these properties shall be valued or appraised based on current and fair market value. Dahil po, ganun uli, I will have to reiterate this, pag ang ginamit lang ho natin ay ang terminong prevailing market value, para hong walang intervention, no? Napaka-passive ng Estado dyan. No? Dahil pag sinabi natin prevailing market value, kung ano lang yung umiiral na presyo dyan sa merkado. Dahil yan yung presyo, yan ang babayaran mo. No? Kaya ho, yun ang aking pangamba, no? By using this term, dahil ho, in several decisions of the Supreme Court, talagang ginamit niya in the valuation of property, especially in invoking the right of eminent domain, is current and fair market value. No? Dahil, uulitin ko, there are just and equitable considerations dyan. So, yun po ang ating pagpuna dito sa panukalang batas na ito. By simply removing the phrase current and fair market value and replace it with prevailing, the term prevailing, ay pwede ho itong masubject to abuse. And in fact, pwede hong maging lugar ito na magiging magkakaroon ng puwang, no? Para sa profit-seeking and profiteering ng ilang mga tiwaling individual at mga opisyal, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. At any rate,
Mr. Speaker, I will answer why it is determined as market value. Because it is consistent to internationally accepted standards. That's why we call it market value. Ang prevailing po kasi is, yun, tama po kayo, magkakaroon po ng dispute kung gamitin natin yung prevailing market value. Kasi ang determination, yung ngayon, di ba po, pag prevailing ngayon. But kaya nga po sineset natin yung market value. Sineset na natin yan. At the time it was appraised, yun po yung magiging basis. It is not the current market price because it is already determined. So every 3 years po yan ay ina-update natin. So yun din po yung magiging basis if there is a dispute. For example, in buying the right of way, ang masusunod po doon ay yung na-set na natin sa schedule market values, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. But again, I have to reiterate, hindi ho simpleng gumagamit lang tayo ng isang synonym rito. No? May nuance ho talaga yan. No? Kaya tinanggal yung terminong current and fair market value at pinalitan ng prevailing. No? Malalim ho ang magiging epekto niyan. No? Kasi kung simpleng pareho yan, ay di wag na nating palitan. No? Why fix it when it's not broken? No? Pero dahil pinalitan ng terminong prevailing, sabi ko nga, iiwanan natin ng nakabukas ang valuation ng property that can be subject to abuse by profiteering and profit-seeking individuals in the future. No? So sa halip na masimplify, kahit na ang pamahalaan, ang gobyerno ay magiging biktima nito. No? Lalo, napakarami hong skandalo na nangyari sa mga usapin ng road right of way, overvalued, no? etc. etc. So, pupunta ako sa mga ilang punto pa dito sa usapin ng panukalang batas na ito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Ang atin hong panukalang batas na ito ay hindi lamang simpleng nagsiset, no, ng system of valuation. In Article 14 ay may mga penal provisions rito. Siguro ang tanong ko na lang dito, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, sino ho ang pangunahing ahensya that will impose the penal provisions as stated in Article 14? Sino ang pangunahing ahensya ang may puder, no, na para masiguro na itong mga probisyon na nakalagay dito ay maipatupad? Is it the Department of Finance or it's still large on the different agencies like the BIR, the DPWH, and the DNR.
Mr. Interpolator, which one is Article 14? I don't have an article.
Article 4, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, on the penal provisions.
Well, the BLGF, which is the Bureau of Local Government Finance, will be the one responsible for the implementation of the plans, policies, programs, and yun po ba ang tinatanong nyo, Mr. Interpolator?
Yes, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So it's the Bureau of Local Government Finance.
Yes, correct, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Now, finally, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, itong ating panukalang batas, while this is aptly, this is entitled an act instituting reforms in real property valuations and assessment, etc., etc. Will the good sponsor agree that actually this is really part of the train package being pushed by the present administration, no? To include package 1, package 2. Train 1 is the income tax. Train 2 is the SITIRA. And this real property valuation bill is the package 3 of this 5-package train tax reform. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Either 3 or 4, Mr. Speaker. That's correct.
Ano po yun? Either 3 or 4. But part pa rin ito ng train package. Is that correct, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, considering that this is part of the train package, no? Gaya po ng aming matinding puna sa nauuna ng naipasa ng mga panukalang batas, no, na kaugnay sa train package, kahit na ho mukhang kung titingnan mo ay napaka-inosente ng batas na ito, it will just simplify the so-called valuation. Naniniwala po ang kinatawang ito, no, na ito ay kabahagi, no, parte pa rin ng pagtutulak, hindi lang ng kasalukuyang administrasyon, kundi man ng mga nakaraang panahon ng isang nagiging padron na ngayon or trend, no, pagtutulak ng neoliberalization of even our taxation of our market, no, na eventually ang tinatamaan at ang nagpapasan ng mga kaakibat nitong mga problema ay ang ating mga ordinaryong mamamayan, no. Halimbawa, gaya ng napunto ko na kanina, while gustong sabihin na i-simplify ang valuation ng ating property, but even doon sa usapin ng ano ba ang magiging panuntunan, ay lumalabas ngayon, as admitted by the sponsor, no, na talagang iiwanan na natin sa merkado, no, ang magtatakda kung ano ang valuation ng isang property, and parang lumalabas dito dahil nga ginamit natin, no, yung term na prevailing market value, lumalabas na ang estado, ang pamahalaan ay magiging isang passive, no, participant na lamang doon sa usapin ng valuation dahil it's already the market, no, that will determine the value of a particular property, no. So ito ho ang ating pagpupuna dito. Dahil pagkatapos nito, alam namin meron pang iba pang mga pakete ng sinasabing tax reforms, no? At alam naman po natin ang naging epekto nung unang naging tax reforms, ang Train 1 for example, ano, na ang nagpapasan sa problemang dala ng Train 1, pagtaas ng presyo ng mga bilihin ay ating mga mahihirap, no? Sa Train 1, mas nakinabang ang mga mayayaman dahil kahit na yung kanilang income rin ay nabawasan ang buwis. Ang sinunod ho nating ipinasa rito noong mga nakaraang buwan lang ay ang SITIRA, no? O dating tinawag nating trabaho bill, na sa halip na buhisan natin ng mas mataas ang mga malalaking korporasyon at bawasan ang mga incentives na kanilang tinatanggap, ay pinababa pa natin ang kanilang buwis sa susunod na mga taon from 30% to 20%. At ang mawawala sa kaban ng bayan dahil binawasan natin ang buwis ng mga malaking korporasyon na ito, muli, ang papasan niyan ay ang ating mga mahihirap na mamamayan. At yun din ang ating pangamba dito sa Train Package 3 na ito, no? Itong property valuation reforms. This will only benefit, no, those who are engaged in real estate business, ang mga mayayaman, pero ang tatamaan nito ay ang ating mga mahihirap. So, doon ko na po tatapusin ang aking interpellation. Maraming salamat sa ating kagalang-galang na sponsor. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Interpolator.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4664. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, may we greet the guest of the Honorable Minority Leader Benny Abante who are in the gallery. They are all barangay chairman, starting with the Honorable Danilo Landa Marcos, Honorable Alan Onarce, Honorable Paulito Linis, Honorable Loreto Eraskin and wife, the Kagawad Remedios Eraskin, Honorable Catalino Reyes, Honorable Yuli Abellar, Honorable Marilyn Manlapas, Honorable Manueliza de Jesus, Honorable Dominador Corpus, former Chairwoman Rosadelia Paragas, Honorable Samuel Baldicañas, Kagawad Erlinda de Guzman, the Honorable Michi Castro, the Honorable Nicanor Mislang, the Honorable Ramonito Tuliao, the Honorable Grace Parel, the Honorable Romulo Amante, and the Honorable Emily Lagman Fabros.
The guests of the Honorable Benito Bini Abante Jr. are requested to rise, please. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Minority Leader Benny Abante to avail of the question of privilege. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
The Honorable Abante is recognized, but not probably on a question of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on the matter of personal and collective privilege, Mr. Speaker.
What is the question on personal and collective privilege?
I would like to share the sentiments of our countrymen living abroad, as I was there for a few days before the beginning of this session, of which I am very much affected because we have a lot of OFWs in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Abante position on a question on personal and collective privilege does not directly involve your personal integrity as member of this august body, but considering your noble intention of sharing that situation to this august body, I'll recognize you as a manifestation on the situations that you would like to present to this.
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to correct the impression that I am the president of about 6,000 pastors all over the world. And we have a lot of groups in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker, that are OFWs. So that is my primary and personal concern, Mr. Speaker.
Well, if there is no objection on the proposal of the Honorable Minority Leader, you are recognized and proceed with your question on personal and collective privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Among the countries I visited, Mr. Speaker, was the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which, as many of you know, is the top destination of our overseas Filipino workers, or as we call them, OFWs. According to the Philippine Statistics Authority, almost a fourth of our 2.3 million documented OFWs can be found in this oil-rich state. This is equivalent, Mr. Speaker, to over 500,000 Filipinos. This number is even greater than the population of some of our provinces. Kasama lang dito ang mga documented na OFWs. May mga nagsasabi na aabot pa ng 800,000 ang bilang ng mga OFWs natin sa Saudi, at meron po akong nakausap na umaabot pa po ng 1.4 million kasama na yung mga undocumented na ating mga OFWs. During my time there, I had the opportunity to interact with representatives of different OFW organizations in a meeting made possible by DFA officials stationed in KSA, all of whom I thank for accommodating this humble representation's request to meet with our countrymen living in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, particularly our Ambassador Adnan Alonto. Sa tingin ko po, napaka-importante na pakinggan ng sentimiento at hingin ng tinagurian nating bagong bayani ng bayan. Our OFWs have been called modern-day heroes because of their immeasurable contributions to our country, particularly our economy. According to the Bangko Sentral, personal cash remittances from our OFWs from January to July of this year totaled $19.1 billion. This amounts to almost 1 trillion pesos, Mr. Speaker. And we do not even have the figures for the latter part of 2019, including Christmas, when many of our OFWs send money home to their loved ones. Ulitin ko po, Mr. Speaker, mahigit 1 trilyong piso at hindi pa natatapos ang taon. So many of our countrymen depend on our OFWs toiling abroad. And because of their particular circumstances, many of these OFWs in turn depend on us, their government, for many things. They need their government to shield them from harm, to keep them employed, and to be there for them when crisis hit. This is why I was personally disappointed during our meeting that one of the agencies that was not represented was the Overseas Workers Welfare Administration or OWA. Marami silang tanong para sa gobyerno, para sa atin, lalo na sa OWA. Ngunit wala pang taga-OWA ang dumalo sa meeting namin, Mr. Speaker. Sayang po ito. Ano po? For example, many of them are questioning the recent rebates that have been given by OWA. Ang tanong nila, bakit naman napakaliit nito? Sinabi po sa akin ng mga leader ng Filipino associations doon sa Riyadh, kahit na po 30 taon na sila na nagtatrabaho doon sa Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, ang ibibigay lamang ng OWA na rebate ay 1,800 pesos. After 30 years, Mr. Speaker, makikita po ninyo mamaya kung magkano po ang contributions ng ating OFW sa ating OWA. Mr. Speaker, I had my staff do a little research regarding these rebates, and this is what they found out. As of October 9, 26 million pesos out of the earmarked 1 billion pesos of rebates have been distributed to 10,512 out of the 556,000 qualified beneficiaries. The rebates range, pakinggan po nyo ha, the rebates range from just under 1,000 pesos to 13,177.50 pesos, Mr. Speaker. In terms of percentages, 1.89% of beneficiaries have received the rebates, while 2.6% of the funds earmarked for rebates have been distributed. 2.6%. Maraming pondo po ang OWA. For the kaalaman po ng marami, 19 billion pesos na po ang trust fund na ito. Subalit, ang katuwiran ng ating mga kababayan, di naman daw ito na ma-maximize. Information my office has gathered tends to support this claim. According to the Commission on Audit, in 2018, the OWA only used 31% of its 88.45 million pesos livelihood fund for OFW groups. Missing in action ang representante ng OWA sa Saudi, habang mukhang kulang sa aksyon ang OWA dito sa ating bayan. Mr. Speaker, in many instances, we in Congress have had to look for funds for agencies with budgets that cannot support their programs. In this case, we have an agency that has billions of funds, but it appears it is just content to watch over these funds instead of using them to the fullest, Mr. Speaker. Meron pa nga and be reunited with their families. The new agency should focus as much on reintegration as it does on proper recruitment and deployment. These are just a few of the sentiments expressed by our countrymen working beyond our shores. And I look forward to sharing these thoughts with Representative Joey Salceda, the head of the technical working group that is working on fine-tuning and reconciling the provisions of the various Department of OFW bills that have been filed. Mr. Speaker, mga kaibigan, malaki na po ang sakripisyo ng ating mga OFW. They have left behind their families and given up the comfort of their homes to live in foreign lands, exposed to various risks and dangers. Sana po, sa mga susunod na linggo, habang tinatalakay natin ang bill na makikreate ng departamento para sa ating overseas Filipino workers, ay pakinggan naman natin ang mga hinaing ng ating mga kababayan abroad. Let us listen to them, understand them, and work together to address their concerns so that they can be given what is rightfully due them. I remember the words of St. James in his book. Ang sabi po niya, therefore to him that knoweth to do good and doeth it not, to him it is sin. Akin po ang pinapaabot sa ating OWA family. Na wala pong masyadong ginagawa, na alam nila kung paano gumawa ng mabuti, pero hindi po nila ginagawa. Sagutin po nila itong speech na ito. Nais ko pong malaman, Mr. Speaker, at sa lahat po sa atin dito, OWA is responsible and accountable, Mr. Speaker. sa atin pong mga overseas Filipino workers. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, the Honorable Minority Leader, for your question of privilege. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the speech of the Honorable Minority Leader, Benny Abante, be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Is
for
there
appropriate
any
action.
objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we reconsider House Bill number 4664 resume consideration of House Bill number 4664 under Committee Report number 21 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to reconsider the deliberation of House Bill number 4664. Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 4664, an act instituting reforms in real property valuation and assessment in the Philippines, reorganizing the Bureau of Local Government Finance and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. Speaker, to continue with our parliamentary status, Mr. Speaker, we are in the period of interpellation, and to continue with the interpellations, I move that we recognize the Honorable Ed Salagman of the 1st District of Albay. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay is recognized to interpret the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I manifested earlier to the Majority Leader, I will start with my interpellation, but I'm afraid I may not be able to finish the same because my materials are not with me, because I was under the impression that what would be considered today will be the amendment to the Public Service Act. But I can proceed. Will the distinguished sponsor yield to some questions?
It would be an honor, Mr. Speaker.
May we know if House Bill number 4664 is a tax measure?
Mr. Speaker, it's not a tax measure, Mr. Speaker. It is a reform anchored on equity, uniformity, transparency, and accountability in valuation, which is the overall goal of the bill.
I heard the distinguished sponsor answer the Honorable Sarate that House Bill number 4664 is either the third or the fourth tranche of the train, which is basically a tax measure. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. Package 3 is not a tax measure, but it will broaden the tax base used for property and property-related taxes of national and local governments, thereby increasing government revenues without increasing the existing tax rates or devising new tax impositions. Particularly, this bill is...
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, once enacted, House Bill 4664 will result to the increase in property or real estate taxes, as well as the expected collections. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
What is the expected rate of increase in real estate or property taxes if this is enacted?
The tax rate is dependent on three elements, Mr. Speaker. One is the market value, the other one is the assessment level, and the other one's the tax rate. The market value is the one that will be determined by the bill, but the assessment level and the tax rate will be determined by the LGU. So the The tax will be also determined by the local government units, Mr. Speaker.
Whatever it is, what would be the combined impact of these three elements on the amount of taxes to be collected from property or real estate taxes?
An estimate for the LGUs, Mr. Speaker, an estimate would be around 30 billion pesos for the LGUs.
So there will be an increase in taxes as well as in revenues for local government units. How about for the national government? Is there any tax implication?
For national taxes, in the case of a in the case of non-recurrent taxes, there may be a proportionate increase in tax as a result of the updating of values. However, the train law tax rates for donors and estate tax were lowered to 6%, while the threshold for VAT exemption was increased to 3 million pesos. The tax base for donors and estate tax is the net gift estate, which is the valuation of real property tax based on the higher zonal or assessed value.
No, there is no more zonal after this bill becomes a law. But my question is, what would be the increase in revenues for the national government? Like, for example, the imposition of capital gains tax for real estate transaction. Will there be an increase?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the exact amount right now, but there will be an increase since the market
Is there
value.
any estimate on how much would be the increase in the capital gains tax for real estate transactions?
1 minute, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since capital gains is a one-time transaction, and also it depends on the number of transactions. So I don't really have the figure right now, but it is a one-time transaction based on the number of transactions.
We understand that that is a non-recurring tax, the capital gains tax. But there can be an estimate because I am aware that there are data or figures available to the Department of Finance on how much on an annual basis does the government collect in terms of capital gains tax.
1 minute, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to get the data.
Mr. Speaker, I move
What's
to
the
suspend.
pleasure of the majority leader?
I move to suspend session, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority leader. Session resumed. Majority
Thank you,
Leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Interpolator, the 2016 study is around 18.4 billion.
18.4 billion was the total amount collected for capital gains tax. Is that correct, in 2016?
This is the potential increase if we update the schedule of market values, Mr. Interpolator.
Potential increase in capital gains tax collection if this bill becomes a law?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. But was based on the 2016 study, and the Bureau of Local Government Finance is still undergoing the study for the new projection, Mr. Speaker.
It is possible that that amount would still increase.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
How about for documentary stamp tax? What would be the expected increment if this bill becomes a law?
The chair is requesting the staff of the distinguished sponsor to come closer to.
I have the figure, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, proceed.
This is the total. This is already including the capital gains and also the donor's tax.
No. I'm talking about the documentary stamp.
Documentary stamps. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
So, how much again is the figure, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, 18.49 billion.
Billion. And would that also include the donor's tax?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. All national government property transfer taxes.
And that will also include the estate tax.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
And that was based on a study as of 2016.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
That was 3 years ago.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker, but they are currently...
They're going to update.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
The bill speaks of the adoption of international standards in property valuation. May we know, distinguished sponsor, what are these international standards?
Mr. Speaker, international standards refer to recognized principles and best practices in property valuation. An example, this is the International Valuation Standards, which is developed by International Valuation Standards Council and recognized by the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. The Philippine Valuation Standard, released by the BLGF, adopts the International Valuation Standards, which is compliant to, for example, the one who should perform the appraisal should be a licensed appraiser under existing law. The uses of terminologies should be in accordance with the standards. Proper integration of Philippine valuation standards to the existing policy. Also, valuation approaches and methods, such as market should be based on approach. The three widely used valuation approaches to value are market data approach, income capitalization approach, and the cost approach. So, unlike before, the valuation was randomly identified, the one that cannot be justified due to absence of transaction data. So, for valuation for taxation purposes, is also known as appraisal. The practice is mandated under RA 9646, which is declared in the policy of to recognize the vital role of real estate service practitioners in the social, political, economic development, and the progress of the country by promoting the real estate market. So there are certain standards that we need to comply with to be able to assess the market values, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the bill does not define what is international standard. The bill does not give examples of what are these international standards. Distinguished sponsor, do you think it is necessary that there should be included in the bill a definition of what is international standard and examples of these international recognized standards which should be adopted by the Philippines?
Mr. Speaker, it is included in the bill that we follow the internationally accepted
Yeah,
standards.
that's very general. That's a generic statement.
That's
What I'm asking is for a definition of what is international standard, or at least an enumeration of what are these international accepted standards on property valuation.
As directed earlier, may I request the distinguished sponsor to let your staff to stand or come closer to you to assist you accurately in the data that you need.
Well, we accept the proposal of the Honorable Gentleman Lagman if there is a proposal.
Well, I think that should start with the sponsoring committee. They can craft the necessary language to precisely capture what this representation is trying to impress. But in the event that the sponsoring committee will not craft such a language, then most probably I will volunteer to make the necessary amendment at the proper time.
We will craft the proposal, Mr. Speaker. But we are open to the suggestion of the Honorable Interpolator.
If this bill is enacted into law, what will be the resultant regime on the schedule of market values and assessed values, depending on the location of the real estate as well as the classification of lands?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Interpolator, what is the, can you ask the question again? What is the...
Well, stated otherwise, will there be commonalities and variances in the schedule of market values and assessed values depending on the location of the real estate property as well as on the classification of the lands subject to the tax?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the market value is always dependent on the location and the use of the property.
So in
there
other
will be
words,
different scheduled market value.
there will be different schedule of market values for highly urbanized, for urbanized LGUs, for rural LGUs, and for impoverished LGUs. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
And who will be responsible in making this differential valuation?
The valuation is the same as determined by the local assessor, Mr. Speaker, and it's submitted to the committees to be created and subject to the approval of the Secretary of Finance.
Now, all of these valuations to be done by the local government unit will eventually be subject to the approval of the Department of the Secretary of the Department of Finance. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Between the Secretary of the Department of Finance and the local assessor or the local legislative council, who has the expertise and experience and capability of making the actual honest-to-goodness valuation?
Bureau of Local Government. The assessment will be determined by the local assessors, and then it will go through the consultative committee to be established, and then it will be the role of the Bureau of Local Government Finance through their regional offices to submit it to the Secretary of Finance.
What standards should govern the Secretary of the Department of Finance in repudiating the valuation adopted by the local assessor and or the local legislative body?
The local assessors will be guided by the Bureau of Local Government Finance.
My question is, what standards will guide the Secretary of Finance in rejecting or repudiating the valuation created by the experts in the local government unit? Because we are giving the Secretary of Finance the authority to approve the valuation. What standards should guide him?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's why it went through the process of the consultative committee, and before it even reaches the Secretary of Finance, that's why we will go through the process, the proper appraisal. That's why we follow the internationally accepted standards. So, assuming before it reaches the Secretary of Finance, we assume that it went through the process and it was determined as the market value of the local area or region, for that matter. So before it reaches the Secretary of Finance, it already went through the process. It is not the Secretary of Finance who will determine the market value.
The Secretary of Finance has the final say because he's going to approve the valuation. That's why my question is, what are the standards which should govern his decision? Because the bill does not spell out such standards.
One minute, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended.
Ano bang... Anong basis ng Secretary? No, the Secretary na. Anong basis niya to determine the market value? Hindi naman kasi yung...
Ron? Okay na, nasa session hall ako. Wala si Joey. Ha?
Session resume.
Mr. Speaker,
Distinguished sponsor, you may proceed.
only the market values will be determined through the local assessors, and then it will go through the consultative committees, and then it will go to the regional consultative committees, and then to the BLGF, and then final approval would be the Secretary of Finance. So only the scheduled market values, Mr.
Yeah,
Speaker.
I understand that. The process starts with the local assessor. It's adopted possibly by the local council. It goes to the consultative committees. Then what business has the Secretary of Finance has to do in rejecting or repudiating such valuation which has gone through the process?
Mr. Speaker, before it reaches the Secretary of Finance, it already went through the process, which is, like we said earlier, it will go through the national Philippine standards in determining the market values. So the Secretary of Finance will also base his decisions based on the professional assessments of these agencies and also the appraisers' professional international standards, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I think that's going around the question. It has not hit the bullseye. But anyway, may we know, distinguished sponsor, whether under international standards, the counterpart of the Secretary of Finance in other countries has the power to approve or reject the valuation which has gone through the process of the local assessor, local legislative body, as well as the consultative bodies? And if there are, what are these countries?
One minute, Mr. Speaker. May power ba to, ano?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session.
Session suspended. Kaya pa naman siguro mga hanggang 6:30. Sessions resumed.
Mr. Speaker, as it went through the process, the Secretary of Finance will approve the schedule of market values. So, in another 3 years, it will also be assessed whether there will be an increase or a decrease depending on the determination of the market values.
That is provided for in the bill.
That's correct.
My question is there any country where the Secretary of Finance or the counterpart, has the power to approve or reject the valuation made by the local government units. So much so that we can say this is part of the international standard, or there is none.
One example, Mr. Speaker, is Indonesia.
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 Okay. What does the law in Indonesia say?
Well, it's set by valuation-based market value, and then the property values are, it will go to the regional offices of the National Revenue Authority, and then it is set by the national law, and then they set it at 0.5%. So,
No. What is the role of the Secretary of Finance or its counterpart in Indonesia?
the Secretary of Finance or their equivalent is the one in charge of the regional offices, Mr. Speaker.
That's regional, but this is national.
Also the national. I mean,
Also
in
national.
Indonesia, Mr.
So
Speaker.
most probably the answer would be that under international standard, the Secretary of Finance or his counterpart has the final say on the valuation made by the local government units as well as the consultative bodies. Well, that has to be subject to validation if that is the international standard.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker, as far as SMBs are concerned.
Now, the speaker sponsor said that there will be variations in valuation depending on the locality where the property is located. And I would expect that there will also be variations in valuation depending on the classification of the property, whether it is agricultural, whether it is private residential, commercial, industrial, or for housing purposes. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. The local government has
And
the power.
who would fix this differential valuation?
The local Sangguniang.
The local. Okay. There is a saying, distinguished sponsor, that ownership of residential properties is a dead investment. Is that correct?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Apologize.
I was asking the question, and you were dialoguing with the distinguished head of the Committee on Ways and Means.
I apologize, Mr. Speaker.
My question is, there is a saying that ownership, particularly of residential lands, is a dead investment. Because in most cases, property owners of residential lands keep their property until they die. So there is no increment or income as far as they are concerned, but they are subject to tax. Will there be a consideration with respect to valuation on such situation where residential properties are small and used as shelter and no income is derived by the property owner?
That would be determined by the local assessors on the local LGUs.
Is there any provision in the bill which would protect small residential property owners from the increment of tax increase?
The tax increase, as I stated earlier, Mr. Speaker, is determined by three elements.
By?
Which is three elements.
Yeah, the three elements, the combination of these three elements.
Correct.
But is there any protection
Well,
which
the
the bill
local,
would grant to such property owners who do not earn any income from their property, despite the fact that they are paying taxes and the taxes will increase?
there is an assessment level as determined as for residential, agricultural, commercial, industrial, and
What-
the assessment level is determined by the LGUs and also the tax rate. So even if the market values increase, the local Sangguniang still has the power to determine the impact as far as whether it is residential or agricultural, or by lowering the assessment level and the tax rate.
Most probably, there should be guidance from the bill on local bodies on how to make the necessary valuation with respect to small residential landowners who do not derive any income from the shelter, from the land they are owning. I suppose that should be a proper amendment to the measure, just to make us a safeguard or social protection on small property owners.
We are open to any of the suggestions of the distinguished gentleman, but like I said, that power is within the power of the LGUs to determine the assessment level and the tax rate. So
Yeah,
it
that
has been-
power should be circumscribed in order to protect small residential property owners. And now let me go to another point.
On section 20 of chapter 2 of the bill, there is a capacity building measure as far as the local government units are concerned. Their assessors will be trained on how to determine the market values.
Okay.
So it is incorporated into
But that is generic. That I'm trying to find out whether there is a need, and I think there is a need to spell out in the bill some social protection to small residential property owners. Now, is there any safeguard for property owners from increase in valuation when their properties have been subjected to extreme calamities? Like, for example, what is happening now in Mindanao due to the successive earthquakes and aftershocks.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is
There is a provision
Yes.
to that effect. That's good. May we know what is that particular provision with respect to calamity-stricken areas?
Meron.
You will accept?
We will accept proposal for lifeline rates and longer adjustment periods
Well,
for social protection for small homeowners.
we will accept the proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, what would be the impact of this bill was enacted into law on certain government priorities, like the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law with respect to the just compensation of agricultural lands?
Just like any agency, Mr. Speaker, this will be used by all the agencies, including the disputes, DAR, DPWH. So it will be the same basis as far as the market value is concerned, Mr. Speaker.
Distinguished sponsor, we all know that the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law is based on social justice. The compensation is not based on prevailing market values. Now, most probably, there should be an amendment to the effect that there should be some protection with respect to the just compensation required for agrarian reform to be paid to property owners, which would have to be repaid anyway by the agrarian reform beneficiaries. Just a thought that there should be some social protection.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it will be used as a benchmark and
Now,
reference, Mr. Speaker.
What would be the impact of this bill once it enacted into law on the right-of-way acquisition by the Department of Public Works and Highways with respect to infrastructure projects?
This will be also the basis for payment as far as
And
the right-of-way is.
there will be an increase in the payment because there will be an increase in the schedule of market values.
That's correct, but
In other words, government would have to make additional outlays for right-of-way acquisition for the Department of Public Works and Highways.
that's correct, Mr.
Any
Speaker.
study conducted on how would this affect the budgetary outlay for right-of-way acquisition?
There is a study being done, Mr. Speaker, but it will also prevent further disputes as far as and delays as far as acquisition of right-of-way because there is a one single basis for market value.
Yeah. But most probably there will be delays in the sense that the affected landowners will have to demand for higher valuation based on the reform schedule of market values. So government will have to pay more and Congress will have to outlay more for right-of-way acquisition. Anyway, that's a thought for the committee and what possible amendments should be done along this way. Now, one of the three major powers of government, aside from police power and taxation, is the right of eminent domain. How would the right of eminent domain by government be affected if this bill becomes a law?
It will be the same basis, Mr. Speaker, as far as the market value is concerned.
Yeah, I know, but that is general. But these are special concerns. Most probably there should be some provisions which would protect both the landowner as well as the government from exorbitant rates because of the increase in the schedule of market values. Just another thought for the committee, Mr. Chair, distinguished sponsor. Now, presently, local assessors are appointed by local executives. In other words, they are subject to the vagaries of partisan politics. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Would the distinguished sponsor agree that just like the municipal treasurers, the local assessors should be appointed by the Secretary of the Department of Finance? So
There
that
is a
the Department
proposal.
of Finance will have more control over assessors?
There is such a proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Will that proposal be included in this bill?
No, it's not included here,
Why?
Mr. Speaker.
But can it be included?
The local assessors will still be under the supervision of the local chief executives, but they are technically they are trained by the Bureau of Local Government Finance. As far as
The local assessors are appointed by the local executives. They're under the control and supervision of local executives. Now, another food for thought for the committee, whether there is a reason to have the local assessors appointed by the Secretary of Finance. Anyway, the Secretary of Finance has the power to approve or disapprove the local appraisals.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, that is the setup of the local government code as of right now.
Most probably, we can ask the Secretary of Finance whether he would be amenable to appointing local assessors in the same manner that presently the municipal treasurers are appointed by the Secretary of Finance.
As of right now, Mr. Speaker, the setup again is under the local government code, which is the assessor is under the
But
local
we
chief.
are making a law, and no law is irrepealable or cannot be amended. That's why this could be the proper medium of amending the law by having local assessors appointed by the Secretary of Finance, and they will be isolated from partisan local politics. Just a suggestion.
Noted, Mr. Speaker.
Now, the bill also talks of up-to-date electronic database. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
How much would it cost local government units to have an up-to-date electronic database?
System will cost 158 million pesos, Mr. Speaker.
158 million. And is there any funding which local government units can access so that they could have up-to-date electronic database?
The good thing,
Their valuation system?
the good thing about this proposal, Mr. Speaker, is that the Bureau of Local Government Finance will be the one using the storing the data. So they will be the one to provide the database. It will not be the local government units who will.
I know, but does the Bureau of Local Government Finance have the funding for this?
I think there are certain funds available as far as the upgrading
Can we
of
be
any
more-
system.
Can we be more specific? Do they have funds for this or wala? Kung wala, can we appropriate?
Mr. Speaker, the system will be provided for by the DICT as far as the BLGF is concerned, and the training capacity will be.
May pera ba ang DICT? May pera ba? In the 2020 budget, may pera ba?
It is included. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Meron. How much?
Kasama na po doon sa 158, yung 158 billion proposal doon sa budget, Mr. Speaker.
No, I would like to have a specific answer. Hindi lang kasama doon. Meron bang specific budget talaga o wala? Anyway, we can check on that. And that can be subject to further validation. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would like to thank the Bureau of Local Finance for briefing me on this subject, and they have answered many of my concerns. And I will review my the documents I have, which I do not have now, and most probably in the next 30 minutes allotted to me, I can resume my interpretation tomorrow, if ever I would. Thank you so much, distinguished sponsor, for accommodating my questions, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Interpreter.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move to take note of the manifestation of the Honorable Elsa Lagman to end his interpellation today, but we'll have to continue again tomorrow if this bill is considered tomorrow, and that he will have 30 minutes to continue with his interpellation.
Reservation of Congressman Lagman is noted.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 4664. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we designate the following members to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Bill number 4933 and Senate Bill number 1043, entitled An Act Postponing the May 2020 Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan Elections, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9164 as amended by Republic Act number 9340, Republic Act number 10632, 10656, 10923, 10952, and for other purposes, namely, the Honorable Juliet Marie de Leon Ferrer, the Honorable Elpidio P. Di Barisaga, the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez, the Honorable Pablo Ortega, the Honorable Lawrence Fortun, and the Honorable Stella Luis Kimbo.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 4851 under Committee Report number 31 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General will read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 4851, an act declaring May 18 of every year as National Higher Education Day.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the House Bill is that we are in the period of interpellation. And with that, I move that we recognize the Honorable Mark Go of Baguio City, the Chairman of Higher Education, to sponsor the said measure. So moved.
The Honorable Mark Go is hereby recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, I would like to move for the approval of this body to consider the explanatory note of House Bill 4851 declaring May 18 of every year as National Higher Education Day be considered as the bill's sponsorship speech, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? The explanatory note is considered as the sponsorship speech. Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we close the period of interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. the period of interpellation is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open.
Mr. Speaker, there being no members who wishes to introduce amendments and there being no committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 4851 under Committee Report number 31. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. As many as are in favor of the measure, say aye.
Aye.
As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. The measure HB is passed on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of the party list Gabriela to avail of the question of privilege.
The Congresswoman Brosas of Gabriela Party List, on what matter does the lady rise?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is about the red tagging and terror tagging, vilification of the armed forces of the Philippines. Recently, here in Congress, during the hearing of the AFP modernization program.
The lady has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. Mr. Speaker, I would like to manifest and condemn the red tagging and terror tagging and baseless accusation of the AFP against Gabriela Women's Party during the briefing on the AFP modernization plan at the meeting of the Committee on National Defense this afternoon. Major General Reuben Bashao presented a list of alleged communist terrorist group fronts, which includes Gabriela Women's Party and other progressive groups. Nilalagay nito sa panganib ang aming buhay, Mr. Speaker. Such baseless accusation is dangerous, especially in this political climate where human rights defenders who are opposing the government's anti-poor policies are being red tagged, terror tagged, illegally arrested, and even killed by the joint forces of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police. Halimbawa na lang ang nagaganap na patayan sa Negros at pagkulong sa mga miyembro ng progresibong organisasyon. Gabriela Women's Party is a duly elected party list representative. Tapos sinasabi ng AFP na front kami ng communist terrorist group. Isa itong kasinungalingan. Hindi dapat pumapayag ang Kongreso na ang kapulungang ito ay ginagawang lunsaran ng kasinungalingan. Nandito tayo sa Kongreso dahil gusto nating maging bahagi ng pagkakaroon ng pagbabago, magsulong ng mga batas para sa kapakanan ng mahihirap na mamamayan, lalo ng mga vulnerableng sektor kagaya ng kababaihan at bata. We are here to participate in governance, to promote good governance. We are the principal author of several laws, including the recently passed RA 11210 or the expanded maternity leave law, as well as the occupational safety and health law. Mga batas ito para sa mga kababaihan at mga manggagawa. Krimen ba itong maituturing? Hindi kami armadong grupo at hindi armado ang mga miyembro namin. Sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang konstitusyon at mga batas, hindi krimen ang mag-organisa at hindi krimen ang maging aktivista. We may disagree on some issues and policies, but isn't that the essence of democracy? Gabriela Women's Party strongly condemns this clear attempt to criminalize dissent and weaponize the law. Stop the attacks, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we refer the speech of the Honorable Brosas to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Joint Resolution number 16 under Committee Report number 71. And I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Secretary General will read the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution number 22. Joint Resolution authorizing the use of the rice subsidy as provided under the Pantawid Pamilya Filipino Program in the General Appropriations Act for the purchase of palay from farmers, mandating the purpose the Department of Social Welfare and Development to buy palay from the local farmers and distributes rice subsidy in the form of actual rice instead of cash assistance to qualified beneficiaries.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to sponsor the said measure, I move that we recognize the Honorable Mark Enverga and the Honorable Florencio Bemnuel.
The Honorable Enverga and Honorable Noel are hereby recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. The House Committee on Agriculture and Food on October 23, 2019, approved the House Joint Resolution 22, authorizing the use of the rice subsidy as provided in the General Appropriations Act for the purchase of palay from local farmers, mandating for the purpose the Department of Social Welfare and Development, the Department of Interior and Local Government, the Department of National Defense, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, in coordination with the Department of Agriculture and National Food Authority, to directly purchase palay from local farmers and to distribute the rice subsidy allowance to their respective beneficiaries in the form of actual rice instead of cash. On February 2019, Republic Act number 11203, entitled An Act Liberalizing the Importation, Exportation, and Trading of Rice, lifting for the purpose of the quantitative import restriction on rice and for other purposes, was enacted. The law aims to make the country's agriculture sector viable, efficient, and globally competitive by lifting the quantitative restrictions on rice and in lieu thereof. Adopt the use of tariffs to protect the local producers of rice and agricultural products. To help the local rice industry, the law created the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, or the Rice Fund, which shall be sourced from tariffs collected from the importation of rice and to be allocated and disbursed as follows: rice farm machineries and equipment, rice seed development, propagation, promotion, expanded rice credit assistance, and rice extension services. The Department of Agriculture Secretary William Darn assured farmers that the RCEP releases would turn things around. 10 billion has already been allotted to agencies responsible for implementing the RCEP program. These include the provisions of seeds, machinery, credit, and training to rice-producing provinces all over the country. We know that these interventions will take time to be fully appreciated, and the government, through the Department of Agriculture, is doing all things possible to alleviate the plight of our local farmers. In the light of the influx of imported rice in the market, according to the Philippine Statistics Authority, the average buying price of palay dipped further to 15.56 a kilo in the first week of October, down by 28.82% from levels a year ago and the lowest in 8 years. The members of the Committee on Agriculture and Food believe that this joint resolution will greatly help in providing the additional funds for the DA and the NFA to purchase the palay of our local farmers. The 2019 General Appropriations Act provides a total allocation of 33.9 billion for rice subsidies, the largest of which is given to the beneficiaries of the Department of Social Welfare and Development under the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program. And that the remaining allocation for the rice subsidy program of the DILG, DND, DOTR, and the DNR shall also be utilized by the Department of Agriculture in coordination with NFA to buy palay directly
from local farmers. NFA has a 7 billion budget to buy palay, but the allocation can only purchase less than 5% of the local produce and not substantive in terms of effect. To provide immediate support and assistance to the local rice industry, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte has ordered the NFA to expend their budget of 7 billion for procuring palay from local farmers. NFA was directed to use the buy, sell, roll scheme so it can buy more palay from local farmers and address the problem of oversupply and to unclog NFA warehouses. NFA buys palay from farmers at 19 pesos per kilogram, clean and dry with 14% moisture content. With this joint resolution, the additional funds will enable NFA to buy more from our local farmers. Ako po bilang chairman ng Committee on Agriculture and Food ay naniniwalang malaki ang maiaambag ng pondo na ito para kagyat na maibsan ang suliranin natin sa ating mga magsasaka. Ako po ay humingi sa inyong suporta para dito. Maraming salamat po.
The Honorable Noel will proceed.
Salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maupay nga gabi ha aton nga tanan, Mr. Speaker. This humble representation of the Anwaray party list is privileged to sponsor the proposed joint resolution urging concerned national government agencies to directly purchase palay from local farmers and provide rice instead of cash to the beneficiaries of the government's rice subsidy programs, the largest portion of which is given to families enrolled in the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, or 4Ps of the SWD. Rice is a staple in our daily meals and accounts as a constant expense, especially for families under the 4Ps program. By providing them with rice in lieu of cash, beneficiaries will have regular access to the staple and hopefully be able to devote more resources available to them for other equally important family expenses. Likewise, of equal interest to this representation is the impact this initiative will bring to local farmers. The additional palay requirements needed for this program will hopefully increase the buying price of local palay significantly from a depressing 16.28 pesos, the lowest in 7 years, and way below the cost of production. In Eastern Visayas, where this representation comes from, rice accounts for at least 20% of the region's total agricultural output, coming from nearly 160,000 hectares of agricultural land devoted to rice production. This initiative will be very helpful for Eastern Visayas families who depend heavily on rice cultivation as their source of income. The initiative will be a welcome breather for all rice farmers in light of recent reported challenges. It means a steadier source of income for them, with the government as a sure market with 33.9 billion allocation for rice subsidies. This can also lead to additional employment opportunities in farming communities, since local farmers will have to meet higher palay production as an offshoot of the program. Overall, this representation would like to encourage the DSWD to continuously work with Congress in identifying ways on how we can improve the 4Ps program as a tool towards poverty alleviation. At the same time, this representation would like to strongly urge the Department of Agriculture to ensure the speedy and strategic release of funds from the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, which will be of great help to our local farmers. If we are to implement this initiative, they will need additional resources to reduce production costs and other inefficiencies that ultimately results into higher yield and income for them. Mr. Speaker, my esteemed colleagues in this chamber, this initiative complements Anwaray's commitment towards katilingban, or sense of community, because of the parallel benefit it brings to our 4Ps beneficiaries and local farmers. It is also consistent with our commitment towards collective kauswagan, or grassroots progress, in our local communities. given the added stimulus it can bring to our region. As the strongest advocates of Katilingban and Koswagan in Eastern Visayas and across the country, this representation manifests our full support for the swift approval of the said joint resolution. Damo nga salamat, maupay nga gabi, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the status of this bill is that we are in the period of interpellation, and with that, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas of the party list Gabriela for her interpellation.
The Honorable Rosas is recognized for her interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor, will the Honorable Sponsor yield to a few clarificatory questions?
Most willingly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ilang tanong lang po dahil isa din po kami sa sumusuporta na magkaroon talaga ng reprieve yung ating mga magsasaka sa kasalukuyan dahil sa pag-atake, matinding pag-atake sa kanila or epekto sa kanila, impact sa kanila ng RA 11203 or the Rice Liberalization and Tarification Law dahil sa ibinagsak ng presyo ng palay sa kasalukuyan. So, una po, nagpasa din po ang Senado ng version nila ng joint resolution, I believe, no? Alam niyo po ba yung difference ng mga provisions between doon sa Senate version at saka yung sa House version na meron tayo?
Una po, Mr. Speaker, sa version po na lumabas po sa komitiba, sinasama po natin dito yung ibang mga ahensya na meron pong rice subsidy program. Ang Senado po kasi, ang kanilang version ay linimitahan na lang po sa DSWD at particular po sa Pantawid Pamilya Fund, sa rice subsidy program. So sa atin po ay sinasama na po natin yung mga ahensya na makakatulong pa ho sa ating mga magsasaka. Bukod rin po rito, linimitahan po sa Senado sa 11 lalawigan na palagay nila ang pinakatinamaan nitong panahon na ito ng pag-ani ng palay at pati yung presyo ng palay na pagbenta ng mga magsasaka. So, sa kabuuan na ho ay halos nagkakatugma na rin po siya. Particular lang po sa dalawa po na nabanggit ko po ay yun po ang pagkakaiba po rito.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Sponsor. Kaugnay po dito, sinasabi natin na itong mga different agencies na ito ang kukuhanan natin, no, ng pondo pambili ng bigas, pambili ng palay, no? Ibig po bang sabihin nito yung, for example, kung bibilhin ng DSWD with the amount of 28 billion, na meron sila, yung mga palay, paano po ito ipapakalat or i-distribute ng DSWD? Samantalang walang provision ang DSWD o ang iba pang mga ahensya, for that matter, ng pagdidistribute lalong-lalo na sa mga malalayong lugar. Alam niyo po yung problema sa 4Ps ganito no? Yung beneficiary, wala naman siyang pamasahe papunta sa sentro kung saan itatambak ang mga bigas, no? So, ibig sabihin, may mga ahensya po na kung wala rin silang ilalaan for transportation at kung ano-ano pa, para ma-ensure na maibigay sa tao or sa mga magsasaka or sa mga nangangailangan yung bigas, baka po ang mangyari, hindi makuha yung bigas or baka mas lalo pang mag-entail ng mas mahal na rekurso para sa kanila at hindi na sila mag-opt nito. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor.
Maraming salamat po. Nabanggit po yan nung aming deliberasyon ukol nga po rito sa ating pong panukala. Nabanggit po na may pagkakataon na pag nag-payout, pag pinatawag po, Mr. Speaker, yung ating pong mga benepisyaryo, may pagkakataon na nakikita sila na baka ang kanilang buhatin pabalik po sa kanilang bahay ay halos 40 kilos ng bigas sa isang payout. So nabanggit nga po ng mga 4-piece beneficiaries, Mr. Speaker, na malaking problema, ito ay isang problema rin po para sa kanila. Nagmagandang loob po ang departamento ng DSWD sapagkat sabi po nila ay tutulong din po sila sa transportasyon po rito para po pagdala po ng mga bigas na ito. Isa rin po sa mga opsyon na inoconsider nila ay baka nga po pwedeng yung kanilang matatanggap ay baka pwedeng by phase mula po sa station ng pagbibigay po ng bigas. So ito po ay ang NFA din po ay willing din pong tumulong sa pag-transport din po at pag-distribute, pagtulong sa DSWD, pag-distribute. At sa kasalukuyan nga po ay meron na po silang tripartite agreement at pinag-uusapan na po nila kung paano po mapapadali ang pagbibigay nga po at paglulunsad ng programa na ito. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Sponsor. Kailangan po nating i-ensure kung paano yung paraan na maibigay talaga sa ating mga mamamayan yung sinasabi na bigas. Kasi there are people opting for cash dahil yun naman po yung kanilang ine-expect. Ito po ay contention ng iba pa sa atin. Pero kung ma-ensure po, lalong-lalo na sa IRR, na ma-ensure na maibigay talaga sa mga mamamayan natin, nang hindi nag-entail ng sobra-sobrang kailangan pa nila ng pamasahe, kailangan pa nila ng ganito, ay makakabuti po yun sa atin. Kasi ang gusto naman po talaga natin ay makatulong sa ating mga mamamayan. Now, for my last siguro po na manifestation, Mr. Speaker, alam po namin na itong ginagawa ngayon ng Committee on Agriculture and Food na House Joint Resolution number 16 ay hindi para sa pangmatagalan na solusyon sa nagaganap sa ating mga magsasaka sa kasalukuyan. So, gusto po naming i-reiterate na ang panawagan talaga namin sa Makabayan Bloc ay i-repeal ang rice liberalization and tariffication law. Dahil hindi naman po talaga nakapagbigay ng safeguard at napatunayan po ito sa aktual sa ating mga magsasaka. And gusto po namin din sabihin na ang option, ibigay sa mga tao na merong option para po sa gusto natin na self-sufficiency and pagtitiyak ng food security natin sa pamamagitan ng Rice Industry Development Act. At maganda pong ma-review ito dito, lalong-lalo na sa Kongreso, sa mga kapwa mambabatas ko, na tingnan po natin ng maigi yung proposal for a Rice Industry Development Act. Kaya po, sa tingin namin, ito yung pangmatagalan, ma-ensure natin yung industriya ng ating palay at bigas. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable Sponsor.
Maraming salamat po sa ating pong kasamahan, Congresswoman Arlene. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other members who wishes to interpolate on the sponsor, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there an objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby open.
Mr. Speaker, there being no committee or individual amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Joint Resolution number 22 under Committee Report number 71. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. As many as are in favor of the House Joint Resolution, say aye. As many as are against, say nay. The ayes have it. The resolution is resolution number 22 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider House Bill number 78 under Committee Report number 5 and request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the measure.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. The Secretary General will please read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 78, an act providing for the definition of public utility, further amending for the purpose Commonwealth Act number 146, otherwise known as the Public Service Act as amended.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sharon Garin to sponsor for the said measure.
The Honorable Garin is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation. And to continue with the interpellations, I move that we recognize the Minority Leader, the Honorable Benny Amante,
The Honorable Minority Leader.
his interpellation.
The Honorable Minority Leader is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor yield to some just clarificatory questions, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
As we continue on with the debate on the Public Utility Bill, the approved consolidated bill provides, as an amendment under Section 13D1, that public utility refers to a person that operates, manages, and controls for public use any of the following. Number one, distribution of electricity system. Number two, transmission of electricity system. And the water pipeline distribution system or sewerage pipeline system. Based on the amendment, this is a clear definition of public utility that covers only the three sectors. Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and also in the following paragraph, it also explains the other sectors that could possibly qualify based on the four conditions that is provided, enumerated thereafter.
Yeah, therefore it's further limited by the subsequent paragraph, no? That no other person shall be deemed a public utility under Section 13D1 unless, as you have said, otherwise subsequently provided by law.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and number 2 of the same section, that the NEDA, in consultation with the PCC, can recommend to Congress such industries if they comply with certain qualifications.
All right, now this consolidated bill seeks to redefine the meaning of the phrase public utility.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But the Supreme Court has defined a public utility in the case of National Power Corporation versus Court of Appeals. Upon the study of my legal team, Mr. Speaker, as a business or service engaged in regularly supplying the public with some commodity or service of public consequence, such as electricity, gas, water, transportation, telephone, or telegraph service. The term implies public use and service. Now, my question would be, does this bill intend to overturn a Supreme Court decision by changing the definition of public utility?
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court jurisprudence on the definition of public utility has evolved over the years. It is not a static list. It has included or excluded certain industries at a certain point of time. For example, we have included originally different industries, based, for example, on the JG Summit ruling, the Bagatsing ruling. There's also the Luzon Stevedoring. They have excluded some industries in certain lists. So the list that has been discussed by the Supreme Court and even during the Constitutional Commission has changed over the years. But I agree with the distinguished interpolator, Minority Leader, that the definition itself has a certain stability to it. Hence, we have tried to incorporate that in how the static portion is the definition of what is a public utility. The list is not. The list changes because over the years, with globalization, with technological innovation, then it changes over the years because the nature of this industries change. Pero ang definition po, nandyan pa rin. We are just following what has been defined consistently by the Supreme Court also.
Yeah, but
And also based on other researches that we have done.
I realize that the statement you made about changing it over the years, pero inyong nilimitahan the public utility into only 3 sectors.
Yes.
Di ba? I mean, yun yung question eh. But the thing is, now take note please, that the Supreme Court has ruled many times on the meaning of public utility in several other cases. The Supreme Court has interpreted the provision of the 1987 Constitution of the Philippines, which states that, and I read, no franchise, certificate, or any other form of authorization for the operation of a public utility shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations organized under the laws of the Philippines, at least 60% of whose capital is owned by such citizens. In this connection, the 11 foreign investment negative list listed the operation of a public utility as an area of investment which is limited to no more than 40% foreign equity participation. The question is, can Congress overturn a Supreme Court decision interpreting the Constitution?
Mr. Speaker,
I think the answer is no.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to beg to disagree in a sense that there was a definite definition of the Supreme Court on what is public utility. Because over the years, there has been changes in their decisions. The Supreme Court in Luzon Stevedoring case held that public policy of the state as announced by the legislature will be given due weight. The court has upheld the removal of sectors previously considered as public utilities. In JG Summit Holdings case, the court upheld the removal of shipyards. It has evolved, Mr. Speaker, from the definition of public utility. Likewise, Congress removed electric power generation from the list of public utilities through legislation. And even though the Constitutional Commission mentioned that electricity sector is public utility, the SC stated in the NPC case that the SC stated such in the NPC case. So, as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, before, there is there is an evolution of how we interpret public utility. Even the Supreme Court has done so,
Yeah,
Mr. Speaker.
well, Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the sponsor that when the Supreme Court rules on any constitutional issue, that judgment is virtually final. If there is any constitutional lawyer here, would perhaps correct me on that issue, Mr. Speaker. Its decisions can be altered only by the rarely used procedure of constitutional amendment or by a new ruling of the court. It's still the court, Mr. Speaker. However, when the court interprets a statute, new legislative actions can be taken when the court interprets a statute. We can simply change the law if the interpretation made by the Supreme Court is limited to a provision of law.
Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court, in all of its rulings, has never said that the list that they were saying was final and immutable. So, they have actually changed their list over the years. So we are following how it has evolved over the years. So, in my point of view, Mr. Speaker, we are not violating any constitutional limitations here because the interpretation of what is or the definition of public utility has not even been consistent in the Supreme Court. It has not been a static list, in fact. We are not imposing imposing our own, we are not contradicting any ruling of the Supreme Court. In fact, we are following what they have ruled upon over the years, which is how to qualify a certain industry as a public utility.
Mr. Speaker, the three first statements you said is correct, you know. But when you speak of evolutionary processes of changing a certain law, Mr. Speaker, now there's a question of that. In this case, what the Supreme Court interpreted is a specific provision of the Constitution. We cannot overturn the Supreme Court by simply, Mr. Speaker, Ms. Sponsor, changing the law. What we need to do is change the Constitution itself. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, Congress has done so by when it has by legislation made power generation not a public utility. And in the same sense that the NPC case the SC has ruled that the power generation is no longer considered as public utility. So it changes over the years. I would stand by that point, but because the list is not static, Mr. Speaker.
I don't have anything against that, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, as long as we, all of us here, believe that Congress cannot change any constitutional provision. And that is what I would like to establish. Now, let me go to my next question. Does this bill intend to lift the nationality restrictions on all public services and limit the application of the same to those that fall within the proposed limited definition of public utilities? Now, if I may say it in vernacular, Mr. Speaker, ang layunin po ba talaga ng amendment na ito ay papasukin ang mga dayuhan sa mga negosyong nilimitahan ng saligang batas sa mga Pilipino lamang? At least, no? 60% Filipino-owned. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the Constitution actually says no franchise certificate or any other form of authorization for the operation, not ownership, for the operation of public utility shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines. And yes, we are allowing beyond the 60/40 limitation the operation of public services.
So, ibig sabihin,
ownership is not discussed here.
ibig sabihin, you are differentiating between ownership and operations of services.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, based on the Tatad case. That has been ruled upon by the Supreme Court already, Mr. Speaker.
Well, of course, any one of us is, subject to our own opinion. Pero pag sinabi pong operation ito, ino-operate po ng foreign companies po ito. It is as almost as you're saying that it is ownership po. At kung yan po yung layunin, maliwanag na ito po'y labag sa ligang batas at ang panukalang ito. Dahil lang sa ligang batas, mismo ang nagbibigay ng limitasyon, no? Na ayaw ko lamang po, nagagawa po tayo ng batas. Pagkatapos niyan, dadami ang question niyan sa Supreme Court.
If that be the case, so be it, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, well, nakalagay po dun sa Article 12, Section 11 of the 1987 Constitution. And may I just read it for the benefit of the Filipino people who are watching right now this deliberation, na nakalagay, no franchise, certificate, or any other form of authorization for the operation of a public utility shall
Yes.
be granted.
Not ownership.
Shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines or to corporations or associations organized under the laws of the Philippines, at least 60% centum of whose capital is owned by such citizens, nor shall such franchise, certificate, or authorization be exclusive in character or for a longer period than 50 years. Nakalagay po malinaw, no? Operation. Neither shall any such franchise or right be granted except under the condition that it shall be subject to amendment, alteration, or repeal by the Congress when the common good so requires. The state shall encourage equity, participation in public utilities by the general public, the participation of foreign investors in the governing body of any public utility enterprise shall be limited to their proportionate share in its capital, and all the exclusive executive and managing officers of such corporation or association must be citizens of the Philippines. Now, the latest Supreme Court case interpreting this constitutional provision on the meaning of public utility, for the information of everyone, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, is JG Summit Holdings versus CA, September 24, 2003, GR number 124293, exactly 16 years ago. And what a coincidence, no? In this decision, the Supreme Court again defined what a public utility is. And it says a public utility is a business or service engaged in regularly supplying the public with some common or service of public consequence such as electricity, gas, water, transportation, telephone, or telegraph service. To constitute a public utility, the facility must be necessary for the maintenance of life and occupation of the residents. However, the fact that the business offers services or goods that promote public good and serve the interests of the public does not automatically make it a public utility. Public use is not synonymous with public interest, as its name indicates. The term public utility implies public use and service to the public. The principal determinative characteristic of a public utility is that of service to or readiness to serve an indefinite public or portion of the public as such, which has a legal right to demand and receive its services or commodities. If stated otherwise, the owner or person in control of a public utility must have devoted it to such use that the public generally or that part of the public which had been served and has accepted the service has the right to demand that use or service so long as it is continued with reasonable efficiency and under proper changes. Unlike a private enterprise which independently determines whom it will serve, a public utility holds out generally and may not refuse legitimate demand for service. Thus, in Iloilo Ice and Cold Storage Company versus Public Utility Board, this court defined public use. Public use means the same as used by the public. The essential feature of the public use is that it is not confined to privileged individuals, but is open to the indefinite public. It is this indefinite or unrestricted quality that gives it a public character. In determining whether a use is public, we must look not only to the character of the business to be done, but also the proposed mode of doing it. If the use is merely optional with the owners, or the public benefit is merely incidental, it is not a public use, authorizing the exercise of jurisdiction of the Public Utility Commission. There must be, in general, a right which the law compels the owner to give to the general public. It is not enough that the general prosperity of the public is promoted. Public use is not synonymous with public interest. The true criterion by which to judge the character of the use is whether the public may enjoy it by right or only by permission. End of quote. Now, the question again is this. The consolidated bill, while it did not delete any of the definition on public utility, it essentially transferred the power, Mr. Speaker, to define a public utility to NEDA, as you have said a moment ago, upon recommendation of the Philippine Competition Commission, of which this representation would like to abolish because it is a non-performing commission under certain criteria.
Mr. Speaker, that will be another debate for us, Minority Leader. But no, yes, the NEDA can recommend to Congress. The NEDA will recommend to Congress what are the sectors or what are the industries that will qualify as public utility. And under the paragraph that we are talking about, it actually touches on most of the rulings of JG Summit, in which a public utility has to have 4 criteria to meet.
The NEDA can recommend.
That NEDA can recommend. But NEDA is limited to these 4 qualifications. Dapat i-meet muna ng sector na yan ang 4 na tong qualifications so that NEDA will determine if it meets it or not. That's how it will be. And then it will present it to Congress, and Congress will review and rule on, legislate on it, that it will be public utility or not.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, with your indulgence, can the legislature do that? I mean, can it transfer the power to define a public utility to the NEDA and PCC, even if the Constitution and the decisions of the Supreme Court never delegated the same?
Mr. Speaker, we are not delegating it to NEDA. We are authorizing NEDA as the entity to review the sectors that are that may qualify as public utility. The sole decision in which if ever industry qualifies as a public utility, and hence the need for legislation for that, for it to be included in the list, is still lodged with the legislature or Congress, Mr. Speaker.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, we're dealing with semantics here, of course, no? When it comes to the word delegating and the NEDA recommending. Now, in my case, my own opinion, that the NEDA would not recommend if we will not delegate authority to them to recommend.
But Mr. Speaker, if the distinguished minority leader would endorse, I think they would recommend.
Now, the consolidated bill overhauls, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, this bill overhauls the existing definition under the Public Service Act as interpreted by the Supreme Court. It overhauls. In effect, the bill proposes to lift the nationality restrictions on all public services, whether we define it to be operations, not ownership, and limits the application of the same to those that fall within the proposed limited definition of public utilities. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, this would limit the application of the constitutional restriction on public utilities to those defined as such. Perhaps in that case, Madam Sponsor, you would not agree with me.
No, it will open our economy, Mr. Speaker, and it will allow foreign investors to actually come in. But the effect of that, Mr. Speaker, minority leader, I think will be beneficial for the Filipino people because by increasing foreign investments in such industries, like for example, the obvious fact is the transportation and telecommunications. Those industries are not the best services in the whole world. They're probably one of the most expensive, but it is because of lack of competition. And I think by allowing foreign investors, we are not merely opening up our market, but we are also giving better services and improved basic services for the Filipino people. If we see the restriction of the 60-40 restriction as a way of protectionism, by having a broad definition of public utility, who are we protecting anyway? Are we protecting the big companies that are already existing here in the Philippines, or are we protecting the Filipino people? So I think if we open these industries, telecommunications and transportation especially, I think we will be able to protect better the Filipino people by giving them better basic services at a lower cost and better services, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I admire the words of the sponsor, Mr. Speaker, and quite convincing. Quite convincing. You can be a very good motivational speaker, Madam Sponsor. But the thing is this, no? The proposed amendment statutorily defines a public utility as a mere subset of public services. A mere subset, ladies and gentlemen, of public services. A recognition that while a public utility is a public service, it is much smaller in scope than the latter and limits the same to just 3 main industries. And that is what I have been wondering, Mr. Speaker, namely transmission of electricity, distribution of electricity, and water works and sewerage systems. The bill further provides that no other business or service shall be classified as a public utility unless otherwise subsequently provided by law upon the recommendation by the very unpopular Philippine Competition Commission in consultation with the National Economic and Development Authority, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Can you comment on that?
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minority Leader, we are trying to make a Public Service Act defines what is public service. Now, there is no definite definition of a public utility. Hence, we have done the research as well as refer it to the Constitutional Commission discussions and to the rulings of the Supreme Court and even international resources. We have collated and we have set certain parameters on how to qualify an industry as a public utility. First one, which I think was also mentioned in the JG Summit ruling, is the person regularly supplies, directly transmits, and distributes to the public through a network a commodity or service of public consequence. Number two, the public service is a natural monopoly that needs to be regulated when the common good requires. Number three, the commodity or service is necessary for the maintenance of life and occupation of the public. And number four, the person is obligated to provide adequate service to the public on demand. The gist of this amendment is by having a definition, by setting the parameters on how to identify a certain industry as a public utility. So we have incorporated that in the bill. We have only included three as a definite public utilities because we are for sure that those three industries will always qualify as public utilities because they are natural monopolies, it is regularly supplied, directly transmits, distributes to the public through a network. So, yung tatlo po yun, yung electricity, transmission, and water and storage, they all definitely require, yun po yung static talaga na listing. The rest, that can be determined by Congress when NEDA recommends a certain industry. We have tried to follow all the jurisprudence as well as CONCOM, pati po dito sa House kung ano po mga discussions. We have tried to follow that and follow that by putting it in the amendment as the parameters or the criteria on how to identify an industry as a public utility.
Mr. Speaker, not only her lips speaks, even her eyes speaks with great admiration. But Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, so when you have restricted and limited public utility in those three restrictions, so where do you place the others that you have taken out?
They will be public services, still subject to the rules and regulations of the agencies, the regulating agencies, like for example, telecommunications with NTC. They will still be subject to the same rules, pero they will not be restricted with the 60-40 limitation on foreign ownership, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, lastly,
Basically, this will open transportation and telecommunications to foreign ownership.
Mr. Speaker, lastly, I do not want to belabor more on the interpellation when you have a sponsor that, her all being speaks so positively.
For 4 weeks already,
with the bill.
Mr. Speaker.
I guess you have been so rested for 1 month about this, no? But the last sentence of Article 12, Section 11 of the 1987 Constitution provides that, and I quote, "The participation of foreign investors in the governing body of any public utility enterprise shall be limited to their proportionate share in its capital, and all the executive and managing officers of such corporations or association must be citizens of the Philippines." This means that all executive and managerial positions in public utilities should be occupied only by Filipino citizens. Do you agree with that, Madam Sponsor? That's what the Constitution says. Well, in practice...
It's in proportion to their ownership, Mr. Speaker.
Well, in practice, what the public utilities do to circumvent this constitutional limitation is to hire the foreigners as consultant, but essentially performing executive and managerial work. Would you agree with that, Madam Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
That's a possibility, Mr. Speaker.
If the bill is passed into law, the last sentence of Article 12, Section 11 of the 1987 Constitution will only pertain the three main industries defined as public utilities. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And essentially, since other utilities are not within the purview of the new Public Service Act, these utilities may now allow foreigners to be hired as executives and managers, circumventing or effectively amending the provisions of Commonwealth Act Number 108 or the Anti-Dummy Law, prohibiting foreigners from full ownership or exercise of a right reserved only to Filipino citizens under the Constitution. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, thank you very much for
Mr. Speaker,
being patient with this representation.
yes, I agree, and that is a danger. And should the distinguished minority leader would have a proposal as a safeguard for any
Are you sure?
intrusion, we will consider.
Proposal or amendment to the bill?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker and Madam Sponsor. Thank you so much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Jesus Bong Suntay of the 4th District of Quezon City for his interpellation. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Congressman Bong Suntay of Quezon City is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the good sponsor would allow this representation to propound some questions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
But before I start, I would have to agree with the good minority floor leader that looking at the sponsor, it is not only her lips that speaks the defense, but also her eyes. While the argument may seem redundant, it just highlights the importance of tinkering or defining what public utilities is. As mentioned earlier and by the other interpellators, not only a long line of cases has defined what a public utility should be. Basically, it's a business or service engaged in regularly supplying the public with some commodity or service of public consequence, such as electricity, gas, water, transportation, telephone, and telegraph service. It is not only the Supreme Court that has defined what public utilities is. In fact, the good sponsor has mentioned that in our jurisdiction, they've searched what public utilities is. So ang una kong tanong, in your search of what, on your research on the definition of what public utility is, I'm very sure that you have also looked at how it is defined in other jurisdictions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And how is public utility defined in other jurisdictions?
There are several definitions. I'm not sure what the good interpolator is referring for. But for example, all the criteria that we have mentioned on paragraph 2 of section 4 like regular, the supply should be regular, the transmission should be direct and distributes to the public. It is of public consequence. Those are common definitions in different
Well, actually,
jurisdictions. Also natural monopoly as well, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, well, the criterion mentioned are used as a basis for the definition, but in all jurisdictions, the definition has been constant and common. For example, public utilities is defined in Wikipedia as a business that furnishes an everyday necessity to the public at large. Public utilities provide water, electricity, natural gas, telephone service, and other essentials. The definition of public utility in Black's dictionary states that it is a provider of service to the public such as transport, energy, telecommunication, waste disposal, water, and other public goods and services. The legal dictionary defines public utility as an organization which provides services to the general public. Although it may be privately owned, public utilities include electric, gas, telephone, water, television cable system, as well as streetcars and bus lines. In the Cambridge Dictionary, public utility is defined as a business that furnishes an everyday necessity to the public at large. Public utilities provide water, electricity, natural gas, telephone service, and other essentials. So if we see, in all jurisdictions, there is a common definition. And the definition of public utilities has always been left to be broad and not restricted. Ang kinakatakot ko ho, dito sa ating amendment ng Public Service Act, we have chosen to restrict what public utilities is or what public utilities should be. So, bakit ho natin ginawa ito?
Mr. Speaker, we also have, on our research, we also have found that the public utility, by definition, should be a natural monopoly. It has been mentioned in the discussion in the CONCOM, the 1986 CONCOM by Commissioner Monsod, and Pons also on his definition of in the U.S. Public Utility Law often cited the furnishing of municipal public utility service is a natural monopoly, which is never accompanied by competitive conditions. In Black's Law Dictionary, it also maintains that public utility is always a virtual monopoly. And then there are so many, I would like to add to the citings of the good interpolator that it also has to be a natural monopoly. Now, going back to the question, we are not restricting. I do believe that it is not restrictive. It is making the definition more clear, Mr. Speaker. We are not restricting the list. In fact, we have left it open for other industries to be qualified as public utility by allowing NEDA to recommend to Congress to legislate if there is a need to add another industry or business as a public utility that is stated in the proposed amendments. So I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that over time, since the list is not static, it can change over time. The Congress should be given the power to include or exclude a certain industry. In fact, if it so happens that electricity becomes not a natural monopoly, then it can be the proposal can be amended again. So the definition stays, but I don't think that I disagree, though, Mr. Speaker, that we are very restrictive in this because, in fact, we have left it open for Congress to add more industries to qualify as public utilities, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would have to beg to disagree with the good sponsor. As I mentioned, in all jurisdictions, the definition has always been constant, has always been the same. So what makes our jurisdiction so special that we have to, that we would have to create our own definition of what public utility is, which would be far different from the accepted definition of what public utilities is in various jurisdictions, not only in our country, but in the Americas, in Europe, and in other countries in Southeast Asia. Now, going back, when we say that one of the criteria for for being considered a public utility is a monopoly. Actually, being a monopoly is a natural consequence. If we read the transcripts of the debates during the deliberations of the CONCON, and even in the decision in various cases, it becomes a natural monopoly because these industries are characterized by economies of scale in production. The cost of the logistical cost and financial cost of putting up the industry is so high or is so costly that a virtual monopoly, a natural monopoly, is created so that the initial investor, whether it be private or public, would be able to recoup what has been invested. Now, when we restrict the definition, then we do not really serve the public interest. Yan ho yung, I think this would be the bone of our contention. In fact, pag titignan ho natin, our Constitution in Section 19, Article 2 states, the Constitution declares a state policy that the development of the national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos, Section 19 of which states, the state shall develop a self-reliant, independent national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. In fact, in Section 11, the Constitution stated that no franchise, certificate, or any other form of authorization for the operation of a public utility shall be granted except to citizens of the Philippines or corporations or associations organized under the laws of the Philippines, at least 60% of whose capital is owned by such citizen. The industries classified under public utilities is of such importance, or is considered of such importance, that the framers of the Constitution deemed it necessary that Filipino citizenship is required, that the services are offered is of such importance that it must be in the hands of our own citizens, considering that the ultimate purpose of public utility is to serve national interests. Now, if we restrict the definition, we are opening up the economy to everyone else. So yung Filipinization ng national economy natin will be disrupted. Alam niyo yung concern ko, actually, one of my concern, and I would not be surprised if not only three of our colleagues from Makabayan, but all of them would later on stand up in their desire to protect the interest of the Filipino people and question also the definition. You know, ang mangyayari ho dito, if you see, there are various laws which has already been filed, which slowly opens up our economy. Just recently, we passed the amendments to the retail trade law, which actually opened even to foreign investors, even small and medium-scale industries. Kahit yung mom and pop store, pwede nang i-operate ng foreigner dito. Wala na ho yung protection. Now, slowly, tinanggal ho natin dito yung, by defining or limiting what public utility is, we take away the protection bestowed by the Constitution in certain industries and has limited it to 3. So, by redefining it, the protection provided by the Constitution is now limited to distribution of electricity, transmission of electricity, water pipeline distribution, and sewerage pipeline. which begs the question, bakit ho ito yung napili natin? Na protektahan na lang.
Mr. Speaker, it's not because we picked these industries. These industries meet the 4 criteria, which has been ruled by the Supreme Court, as cited by the distinguished interpolator. All the definitions of Black's Law, as well as in the interpolations in the Constitutional Commission, as well as the rulings of the Supreme Court. These 3 industries have met all the criteria that we have viewed as how to define public utility.
Yeah, but
Mr. Speaker, what was cited earlier was that we need to protect the Filipino people. We have a protectionist constitution, and the provisions there are intended to protect the Filipino people. But, Mr. Speaker, just to cite, for example, the telecommunications industry. If we keep on protecting the Filipino people, as if we say so, no, by limiting the ownership to Philippine companies, then we will continue to have the most expensive and slowest internet in the whole world. We will continue to have the very expensive but bad service telecommunication services. So, when PLDT had the monopoly, or it was only one player in telecommunications, it was very expensive and the service was really bad. Now came Globe and Smart, and still it was expensive and the service was still bad. Come Sun nag-offer ng only calls and only text, lahat bumagsak ang presyo. Competition is good. Maybe not to the big companies or big telecommunications companies that we have here. But it is good for Filipino people. Para po to sa mga Pilipino that needs the basic services of good telecommunications companies. So if we restrict it to Filipino people, are we protecting, if we restrict the ownership or the operation of telecommunications companies, are we protecting the Filipino people, yung nangangailangan ng serbisyo, basic services, cheap and good services, or are we protecting the big industries that have invested here, the Filipino industries that are investing in telecommunications industries? Who are we protecting if we insist on the 60-40 limitation in the telecommunications companies, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, well, as mentioned by the good sponsor, there are 4 criteria that she has been using. Well, the telecommunications would also fall within the 4 criteria which she has mentioned.
Telecommunications
But, Mr.
are not
Speaker,
natural monopolies, Mr.
I would also have to use the same arguments that she has mentioned. Sabi niya, hindi, yung telecommunication, i-open natin yan sa lahat, sa mga dayuhan, ayaan natin para bumaba yung presyo. Now, kung yun yung gusto natin gawin, then the same argument will hold true for distribution of electricity, transmission of electricity, water and pipeline distribution. Pagka yun yung argument na gagamitin natin, mas mumura kung papapasukin natin lahat. And then, wala nang industry ang mag-fall under public utilities because kung sa thinking natin, sa pag-iisip natin, kung mas madaming kompetensya, magpapaganda ng serbisyo at magpapababa ng presyo, then wag na natin protektahan kahit ano.
Mr. Speaker, electricity and water and sewerage all fall under public utility definition. A public utility, by definition, is a natural monopoly. A natural monopoly is where there is inelasticity of demand for the product that is highly valued by consumers and a natural monopoly characteristics on the supply side, leading to significant losses on social welfare are necessary for precondition for permitting government price and entry regulation. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, a natural monopoly is where it will be too expensive if you have two players there, like electricity and water, kasi nga high capital yung investment dito. So electricity and water will always qualify on that based on the criteria that we have set on the proposed amendments. Kung i-include mo yung telecommunications, it does not fall under that definition because marami pong competition sa telecommunications. There's Globe Smart, Sun, I don't know what else. Or like for transportation, the same thing. There's in air transport, there's Air Asia, there's PAL, Cebu Pacific, and Tiger Air. So hindi po sila nagfo-fall under the definition set by the proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, once again, monopoly does not define what a public utility is. It is one of the criterions which is used. It is not only the only basis for defining or for considering what a public utility is. Secondly, monopoly is not defined by your nationality. Kasi sinabi kanina ng ating magaling na sponsor, kagalang-galang na sponsor, that there is no monopoly in telecommunication because we have Smart, we have Globe, we have Sun, or whatever. If you go to electric distribution, you have Meralco. You have so many electric cooperatives that are also into distribution. So, should we consider them electric distribution as a non-monopoly also, considering that there is no monopoly in electric distribution in the country?
Mr. Speaker, there is monopoly of those companies because they have monopoly in the areas that they serve. By definition, definition, a natural monopoly is a sole provider of services in a market where competition is not economically expedient owing to technical peculiarities such as substantial fixed cost and large minimum efficient scale relative to market demand. These are based on definitions on our economists as well as on the legal researchers. So it is not, we have not included these three industries because we have picked or chosen these industries. These industries fall under the four criteria that we have set in the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, mabalik na naman ako dun sa aking nabanggit kanina. Lagi natin hong inuulit-ulit yung monopoly. As I mentioned, monopoly is actually not even contained in the definition of what a public utility is. Kaya nga sinabi ko, to be fair, let's look at all the definitions ng public utility. To name some, I would read again. Sa legal dictionary, public utility is defined as an organization which provides services to the general public, although it may be privately owned. Public utilities include electricity, gas, telephone, water, and television cable system, as well as streetcars and bus lines. In Black's Law definition of what public utility is, the provider of a service to the public such as transport, energy, telecommunication, waste disposal, water, and other public goods and services. If you see, in various jurisdictions, the definition has always been common. In fact, wala kang makikita niya na the provider of the service has to be a monopoly. Wala kang mababasa. In fact, mas madami pang beses minention yung electricity, car, transportation, kesa dun sa word ng monopoly, dun sa definition ng public utility. So, yung sa akin lang, let us keep the definition of public utility broad. Sinabi kanina in the argument in the argument with our minority floor leader that the definition evolves. Actually, it's not the definition that evolves. It's the situation. Yung cold storage, tinanggal under public service. Because you have to imagine, nung inapprove yung Public Service Act, way back nung 1934, wala pang mga refrigerator, lahat ng tao, masyadong mahal. And to be able to store food, the cost of putting up a huge cold storage facility is prohibitive. Kaya nasama yon under public service na kailangan mo na kumuha ng franchise para makapag-operate ka. But because of the improvement of technology, ngayon almost all household, kahit nga yung mga informal settlers sa atin, pag pumasok ka doon sa kanilang lugar, meron ng refrigerator, kahit maliit man, kaya na nilang magano ng pagkain. Kaya natanggal yan sa protection. Bakit natanggal yung stevedoring facility? If you go back, during the olden days, it was only the train system and the docks, which was the center of commerce in various countries. Kaya kung makikita nyo how towns, how cities are developed, most of the cities developed from the waterways. Tapos it expanded inwards dahil trade was facilitated by ships. Kaya at that time, dahil wala pang aeroplano na magfe-ferry ng goods at a reasonable price, commerce was done through the shipyards. Kaya yun, that was regulated. The franchise was needed to operate it. But then, ngayon, dahil improvement of yung logistics services, nagbago yan. So, those are different scenarios. Dito sa gusto natin gawin, gusto natin in one fell swoop, i-restrict natin yung definition. Gagawin natin, tatlo na lang. Which I think is wrong. We might regret it later on. And I believe this will also be questioned because we are actually amending the Constitution by legislation. And it should not be simple. The process of amending the Constitution was precisely made more difficult. It cannot be made just by simple legislation because there should be permanence.
Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with the distinguished interpellator that what has evolved is the circumstances as well as hence for the decisions of the Supreme Court has evolved. So we are just which again I agree that is why there has been changes in the listing of what is public utility. We are not changing the nature of public utility by putting it in the amendment that is being proposed. In fact, all the criteria that we have set have been consistent in most or many of the Supreme Court rulings. What he has questioned is the criteria of natural monopoly. In fact, if Black's Law was cited, if we read Black's Law dictionary, it says public utility is always a virtual monopoly.
May I request?
And also, under the deliberations in the Constitutional Commission, it was mentioned again that Monsod said, precisely the nature of a public utility is that it is a natural monopoly. Otherwise, it would be too expensive for the country and for the consumers. And in the Batangas Transportation case, the policy of regulation upon which our present Public Utility Commission plan is based and which tends to do away with competition among public utility as they are natural monopolies. This is not our creation. It is based on jurisprudence from from our Supreme Court, as well as deliberations, again, deliberations in Constitutional Commission, as the Black's Law Dictionary that has been cited by the good interpreter. It is not an invention by the authors of this bill. It is based on several jurisprudence, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I will have to beg to disagree. Even if we read JG Summit Holdings versus CA, it did not state in the disposition or in its decision that public utilities should be limited to distribution of electricity, transmission of electricity, water pipeline distribution, and sewerage pipeline. Nowhere in the decision did it state that that public utility should be limited to the four services provided. Kaya nga, kung makikita rin natin, babalikan ko ulit, if we really read the definitions, even the decisions of the Supreme Court, in fact, it was never stated or solely used, it never solely used being a monopoly as the only element.
A natural monopoly. A monopoly is different from a natural monopoly, Mr. Speaker.
A natural monopoly is because of the circumstances. But as I mentioned, it is just one of the elements which comprises what a public utility is. It is not the sole element so that you would
There are
qualify
four
it to be
elements that we have
a
cited,
public
Mr.
utility.
Speaker.
The four elements was also based on a Supreme Court decision which you earlier said changes. Kaya nga ang sinasabi ko, in all jurisdiction, what is constant? What is common? What is common is the definition of what a public utility is. Kaya nga ang sinasabi ko, if the good speaker can give me a definition which is different from what I have read or what I have gotten from various dictionaries, various encyclopedias, sabi ko, ako binabasa ko na nga verbatim eh. Siguro I would ask her to verbatimly also read verbatim the definition as provided. Siguro let's open Wikipedia. Yung let's have just buksan natin yung cellphone natin, i-Google natin ang public utility. Siguro hindi na ako maghahanap kung anong dictionary, Mr. Speaker. Sasabihin ko na lang dito, public utility. And I will read the definition. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, our definition is based on research, legal research, as well as from resources from different agencies. It is not based on Wikipedia. And our definition, as I will state again, that the person regularly supplies, directly transmits, and distributes to the public through a network, a commodity, or service of public consequence. Number two, the public service is a natural monopoly that needs to be regulated when the common good so requires. Number three, the commodity or service is necessary for the maintenance of life and occupation of the public and the person. Number four, and the person is obligated to provide adequate service to the public on demand. These are not new legislations. These are consistent with the Supreme Court rulings. And I agree, the listing has not been consistent because the circumstances have been evolving. So we have not changed the definition. We are merely restating the definition here in the proposed amendment. We are not introducing anything new in how we define a public utility. As long as they qualify under these four criteria, they are public utility. And these are consistent with the rulings of the Supreme Court, the rulings outside the Philippines, as well as the discussions in the Constitutional Commission, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, my argument is not also solely based on Wikipedia. We also made researches. We also looked at the Supreme Court decisions. We also looked at the different definitions provided and which are accepted, not only in our country, but generally accepted by everyone. Kaya nga, siguro, nung nag-aaral tayo, ginagamit natin yung Merriam-Webster Dictionary. Sinasabi dito sa Merriam-Webster Dictionary, public utility definition is a business organization performing a public service and subject to government regulation. So, babalik naman ako. Market Business News. A public utility is a company that operates a public service corporation and provides essential services to the public, such as electricity, telephone service, natural gas, water and postal service. The public utility is typically regulated by the national government. Dictionary.com. Public utility definition, a business enterprise as a public service corporation performing an essential public service and regulated by the federal, state, or local government. So, hindi ko iniimbento yung definition ko. In fact, in all definitions, nagkaroon ng enumerations, they enumerate what public utility is. In fact, it's not limited. One thing is constant. It has always been broad. Sinasabi ng ating sponsor, hindi natin nililimita yung definition o what a public utility is. Pero malinaw na malinaw ho. Under Section 14D, the term public utility refers to a person that operates, manages, and controls for public use any of the following system: distribution of electricity, transmission of electricity, water pipeline distribution, and sewerage pipeline. So, paano natin sinabing hindi natin nilimita? Yung definition na yun, limited what public utility is. Kaya nga ang sinasabi ko, I have no arguments in updating the Public Service Act, in updating the penalties provided, but let's leave the definition of public utility to the generally accepted definition of what a public utility is. Let's not create our own definition, kundi tayo lang ang kakaiba. Buong mundo, isa lang ang interpretation nila ng definition nila ng public utility. Tayong bansa lang ang magkakaroon ng definition ng public utility na a person that operates, manages, and controls. Let's not change it. It has been accepted. Now, if we feel that there are certain industries which should no longer be considered public utility, then let's pull it out one by one. Let's not change everything. Just so yun lang ho ang sa akin, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, so again, I said the list is not static. The 3 or 4 industries that have been cited are the ones that are definite public utilities. Should there be a need to include transportation or telecommunications, then the Congress subsequently can also provide for that as long as it follows the 4 criteria that have been set in the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there is a generally accepted definition of what a public utility is. Wag ho nating ibahin. Sinabi ho ng aking kaibigan na hindi ko nire-restrict. Total, pwede ka naman magpasok later on. Then sasabihin ko rin ganito, wag natin pakialaman yung definition, then maglabas ka na lang isa-isa. Imbis na ang ginawa natin, siniro natin lahat, tapos nun, sige, magpasok kayo kung ano yung gusto nyong ipasok. Parang baligtad ho yung naging sistema natin. There's a generally accepted definition. There are industries which are considered public utilities. Let's maintain it. And if we want to take out some of the industries, then let's just justify one by one why we are taking this out. Baligtad yung nangyari eh. Accepted na sila dati. Tapos ang ginawa natin, alisin natin lahat sila. Tapos nun, ibalik natin sila kung qualified sila. Qualified na sila dati eh. Kaya nga nakapasok sila eh. Now, going back, there are reasons why public utilities are protected by the Constitution. As I mentioned earlier, these are industries which the framers of the Constitution would want to leave at the hands of the Filipino people. These are protected industries. You know, there are consequences. Hindi lang definition yung consequence nito ang iniiba natin eh. There are implications of the mere changing the definition of what the public utility is would have dire consequences later on. As I mentioned, we are opening up. Wag naman natin, slowly binubuksan natin yung ating ekonomiya. I think before we went on recess, we passed the amendment on the Retail Trade Act, which took out the protection even for small industries. So anong ibig sabihin ko? Dati doon sa ginawa nating amendment, just by having, I think, magkano? $200,000 you could engage in retail trade. Yung $200,000 is just 10 million pesos. So pagka magtayo ka ng mom and pop na mini stop, papasok ka na yon. So that we already opened that to foreigners, and baka kawawa naman yung mga kababayan natin. We cannot compete with the capital which can be infused by foreigners. In fact, in every country there are industries which are left for the local nationals, for their own citizens. Dito hindi pa natin kayang makipagsabayan, especially because our economy is not that strong at this point. Ang mangyayari niyan, mawawalan ho tayo ng mga entrepreneur, mawawalan tayong mga local na negosyante. Ang mangyayari ho sa Pilipino, magiging puro empleyado na lang dahil hindi ho sila makakapag-compete doon sa malalaking dayuhan. Yun ho ang concern ko talaga dito. Kawawa ho yung tao. Baka in our desire, lagi natin sinasabi, it would be better if we invite foreigners to come in. Yes, maganda may investors. But you know, to give our economy, the whole economy to them, mali yun. Even our forefathers, even the framers of the Constitution, deemed it wise to protect certain industries, to keep it in the hands of the Filipino people. And if we are legislators who want to protect the Filipinos, then let's legislate laws which will protect them.
Mr. Speaker, with the retail trade, that's another bill that has yet to be discussed, I think, here on the floor. But in terms of the foreign investments in the Philippines, I do believe that by opening industries for foreign investment, I do not think that we are doing away with the protectionist idea of our Constitution. We are actually opening industries in which Filipino capital cannot anymore augment or improve their services because of such limitations. Should there be Filipino investors, then well and good for our industry. But if there is none, then we need to supplement the investment from foreign investors. Kung wala talaga po, and we have a growth rate, population growth rate, na napakabilis po, and we are currently over 100 million people. If you compare our telecommunications industry na sa Indonesia, which is, I think, I'm not sure, mga 27 million people there, they have 10 players in the telecommunications industry, while here we have 3 for 100 million people. Kulang talaga po ang serbisyo because napakarami po ng Pilipino. And it is not because we want the industry to be overtaken by foreigners. It is because we want to supplement what is Filipino capital available here with foreign investors kung hindi talaga kaya ng foreign investments. And it is the all the protectionist laws that we have in place will still be in place despite the amendment of the Public Service Act. Andyan pa rin po yan. Regulations on telecommunications, regulations on transportation, lahat-lahat po, it's still in place. Maybe the ownership will be, ownership restriction will be lifted, but the restrictions will still be the same. The protection we have for small industries will still be there. Protection for our workers that are here will still be there. So I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that we should not see this as a threat in undermining the capacity of the Filipino people. It is to augment their capacity. And in fact, kung kayang-kaya ng Pilipino yan, kayang-kaya natin ma-invest abroad, we can still, kaya din natin to entertain investments from foreigners, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about protection, the best protection that can be provided by law is the protection given by the Constitution. In all jurisdictions, there has never been such a restrictive definition of what a public utility is. We should not change it in our jurisdiction. Even if we go to the deliberations, during the Constitutional Convention, I will read some excerpts. So between the discussion between Justice Carpio and Commissioner Gaite, Justice Carpio, the same Foreign Investments Act of 1991 defines a Philippine national either as a citizen of the Philippines or if it is a corporation, at least 60% of the voting stock is owned by a citizen of the Philippines, correct? Ang sabi ni Commissioner Gaite, correct, Your Honor. Justice Carpio. And you are also aware that under the predecessor law of the Foreign Investment Act of 1991, the Omnibus Investment Act of 1987, the provisions apply. Only Philippine national can own and operate a public utility in the Philippine national. If it is a corporation, 60% of the capital stock of the corporation must be owned by citizens of the Philippines. Correct, Commissioner Gaite. Correct, Your Honor. Justice Carpio. And even prior to the Omnibus Investment Act of 1987, under the Omnibus Investment Act of 1981, the same rule apply. Only a Philippine national can own and operate a public utility. And a Philippine national, if it is a corporation, 60% of its voting stock must be owned by a citizen of the Philippines. Correct. Commissioner Gaite, correct, Your Honor. So even during the deliberations, the protection was meant to be there. The framers of the Constitution meant to protect investments which are considered under public utilities. By redefining it, by restricting it to 4 industries, we remove that protection, which was deliberately and intentionally placed by the framers of the Constitution to protect the Filipino people, so that their desire to Philippinize the national economy can hold true.
Sponsor. Yes, the sponsor can.
Yes, I just did not hear the question, Mr. Speaker. But if you want me to comment on the manifestation of the good interpellator, we still maintain that public utility should be Filipino-owned. It still should be 60-40. That does not change. The amendment does not change that, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, why do we insist to limit the definition of what a public utility is to this 4 industries? So yun ho yung tanong ko. And let's not say na no dahil sila yung may monopoly. I think we should give a better reason rather than just saying na may monopoly.
Again, Mr. Speaker, those 3 industries or 4 industries do meet the 4 criteria that is cited under paragraph 2 of the section that we are referring to, that it has to meet the 4 criteria. Again, even if it's a natural monopoly, but it does not regularly supplies, directly transmit, and distributes to the public, then it cannot be a public utility. It has to meet all these 4 criteria. Again, I will read the criteria. The person regularly supplies, directly transmits, and distributes to the public through a network, a commodity or service of public consequence. That's number 1. Public service natural monopoly needs to be regulated, and then the commodity is necessary for the maintenance of life and occupation, and the person is obligated to provide adequate service to public on demand, Mr. Speaker.
So Mr. Speaker, ang ibig ko sabihin natin na in the other jurisdictions, in the US, in Europe, that yung public utilities, pag sinabi nilang it includes water, electricity, natural gas, telephone service, and other essentials, ibig sabihin, mali yung definition nila, hindi public utility yun. Kasi dapat ang public utility lang is limited to what we have defined it to be.
We have defined it based on the 4 criteria, and you can include additional industries there should the circumstances evolve, and then legislature can add industry as a public utility, Mr. Speaker. The list is not the definition. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but the electricity transmission and distribution and sewerage and water distribution is not the definition. That's the list that is provided. But the definition is in the following paragraph of the section, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, what the honorable sponsor would want to convince me is that yung definition ng iba, nakasulat sa diksyonaryo, mali. Na pagka in-include nila under public utility, water, gas, electricity, transportation, mali yun. Is that what the good sponsor is trying to convince me to?
Our definition follows the jurisprudence and is consistent as well in many definitions.
So
I don't know what is inconsistent here, that the person regularly supplies, transmits, and distributes to the public through a network of commodity or service of public consequence, that the public service is a natural monopoly that needs to be regulated, it is necessary for life and occupation, and the person is obligated to provide adequate service. Those are consistent with all the definitions, whether in the country or outside the country, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the good proponent used the criterions raised in the decision penned in JG Summit Holdings versus CA, which never confined what public utilities are to distribution of electricity, transmission.
No, we are not defining.
Water,
Again, we
pipeline.
are not defining it. That is the list. But the definition is in the following paragraph. We do not define public utility by listing the industries. That is the problem of the PSA currently. Dahil nilista nila, umiiba yung circumstances, then stevedoring is out, then next year na naman, yung cold storage out na naman. So we want to make a certain definition by providing the criteria, not making the list. Hindi po yung listahan yung definition. The definition has always been consistent, whether in the proceedings in the Constitutional Commission, whether in Black's Law, whether in the Supreme Court decision. Consistent po ang criteria na provide dito po sa amendment. The list is not static.
No.
Kaya po, I have been insisting na ang definition is the criteria that has been set forth, not the list na kung electricity yan, telecommunications yan. No, that will change over time. And for now, what is definite for us are those 3 industries. Kaya nilista siya. Pero ang definition po, hindi po umiiba.
Now, Mr. Speaker, ang sinasabi kanina, that okay, itong 4 na ito, pasado na sila. Based on who? Kasi later
Based on the criteria na nakalista sa susunod na paragraph.
Nilagay rin natin dito sa batas, sinabi natin, those which are not included in the 4 should pass this other. The National Economic and Development Authority, in consultation with the Philippine Competition Commission, shall recommend to Congress the classification of public service as public utility on the basis of the following criteria. In fact, even dito nakalagay, the classification of a public service as a public utility. Pero ang sinasabi natin dito, o sige, hahayaan natin sila yung mag-recommend sa atin kung ano pa yung i-include sa list. Bakit in-include na natin ito? Di dapat siguro tanggalin natin lahat, then sabihin natin sa NEDA, o sige, 0 yung list namin to be equal para ma-deliberate natin na mabuti what should be included. Magsimula tayo sa 0. So wala muna kaming listahan. Even these 4 industries, hindi namin isasama. Then we'll let NEDA and PCC to recommend to Congress. Then let's all deliberate on what we should include.
If the good interpreter deems that is more prudent, then he can propose to the committee and we can consider his proposal.
So, Mr. Speaker, well, that would be my suggestion. As I mentioned, I'm not really here to oppose the bill, but there are consequences in doing it in such a way, in restricting it too much. No other jurisdiction, no other countries did it that way. There is a reason why public utilities, the definition of public utilities or what is included in under public utilities has remained broad for all this time. And there is also a reason why there is a protection policy given under the Constitution to industries falling under public utilities. Let's not change it by simple legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 78 under Committee Report number 5. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session until November 6 at 3 in the afternoon. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection for the adjournment? Chair is none. So session adjourned until 3 p.m. tomorrow, November 6 at 3 p.m. at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Si JJ. Tama na ako sa baba. Official.
Sir ba? Wala na? Wala na, tayong dalawa lang, sir. Okay pa, ready? 1, 2. Another. Ready? 1, 2. Okay.
Paano maging